Test, 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 test. Testing. Test, 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 test. Test, test. A little bit here. There it goes. Now you fucker, stop moving. As long as that works. As long as it did that and I saved it, good to fucking go. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Testing, testing. Okay, that should be good.
see. Let's go over there.
That's nice.
Did it rain last night?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it ever did. My driveway was dry and my deck didn't have any, so I don't think it did.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you think, the top 5 most ate meals in the US is? Now, when I say meals, I don't mean like bread, rice, that's food. Meals. I usually play this game with the deputies who are sitting here with me while we wait on the judge.
Now meals, I'm thinking, I think maybe like some, like roast and vegetables,
You could say,
like pot roast and vegetables.
okay, that could be a meal, but you don't gotta say a side with it, just like a roast, steak, burger.
I'd say burgers probably.
Top 5, you know, top 5.
I'd say burgers. I would say, pasta. People don't like seafood. Pasta.
In the US.
Yeah, I'd probably say like steak of some kind. Well, it's food, but I mean, I would say pizza. And
That's a good list.
and I think hot dogs would still be a staple.
Alright, I'm gonna give you the top 5 that it is faster.
Okay.
It's hamburger,
Okay.
grilled cheese,
Really? Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's a.
fried chicken,
Oh shit! I forgot all about any chicken.
cheeseburger. I don't know why they
Separated that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
cheeseburger and mashed potatoes.
Huh.
I consider mashed potatoes to be like a side
Well,
dish.
yeah, that's not really something people eat.
Like as a meal, like
Yeah.
you know.
No.
But alright, now let me ask you a different question again. Alright.
That's pretty good. I forgot all about chicken, right? Yeah, fried chicken. So.
What do you think the top 5 cereals, not oatmeal and grits, like milk cereals?
Oh, like box cereal.
Yeah. You can just give me brands. You don't gotta say specific, just give me a brand. What do you want me to just tell it to you?
No, hold on. Well, geez, I don't know how many brands people make them, but so you're not talking like I would think like cornflakes.
That could be one, for sure.
Yeah, would be. I think cornflakes would be on there. Cheerios.
Okay, I know you, everybody is gonna say that. Cereal.
Oh, I gotta be honest. I think probably one a lot of people still eat. Rice Krispies.
Okay. Okay.
Then I would say, because I eat it, some sort of like checks, like rice checks. Except we get that sometimes. I think I'm not sure that it is, but I think people think it's on the healthier side.
Yeah.
But yeah, some sort of checks, and then probably for kids, I would think one of the most popular to be bought would be Fruit Loops, or no, not Fruit Loops, Lucky Charms.
Oh, you is so good. You got 4 out of 5.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, it's all of them except the
Dang it, man. Wow, that's not open.
Bob slacking.
Mr. Hubbard. It's showtime. Time for the judge.
Oh, that's I forgot.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, Kenny.
No,
I appreciate you writing.
Have fun. Yeah.
That's fine. I did go over it, I'm gonna go over some stuff, I won't be there.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. And. I mean. The letter states that day, I'm gonna ask as soon as I. That's Tuesday. Right? But I know she's orally said, so I'm gonna ask her as soon as I'm available, and then see her in the same that you are office, okay? So. Mr. President, please come to the podium.
Test. All rise.
Seated. Kathy working?
No, sir. I am taking over.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah, kneecap. Yeah.
All right, you're on, Peyton Hubbard, 23-13-92. Your last on the 25th, I believe, 26th of July. 7th today. Lots.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, I believe we're set for a final hearing this morning.
Well, he waived and pled guilty, so
Okay.
we're sentencing him.
All right, well then, thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, I know that this situation's been tracked out for quite a long time. I know the court.
Quite a long time. I know
aware
the
of
board
everything. I know we
is
had
well aware of everything. I know we had
conversations.
conversations in
Really
chambers. I will be
brief.
extremely
Client
brief.
is
My
a young
client is
man
a young man
who
who
has
has
a lot of problems dealing with.
a lot of problems
bad
dealing with
negative
bad situations,
most
negative
recently,
situations, most recently
what's going on in the jail.
with what's going on in the jail.
But I think he's a bright
But I
young
think
man.
he's a bright young man. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He just needs to learn
Control
how to
himself and direct
control
his
himself
energy
and
in a more
direct his
positive way.
energy in a more positive
Your
way.
Honor,
Your Honor, he
He pled guilty to this charge.
pled guilty to this
a long time
charge
ago at this point.
a long time
The
ago.
court was gracious enough.
The court
to send
was
him
gracious
the
enough to send him the
I don't wanna
NeoCap.
rehash all that, but I know.
I don't want to rehash all that, but I know that there were some problems there. He now has an opportunity. He's been assessed, he's been accepted to the CBCF, the Cuyahoga Community-Based Correctional Facility. They have a bed available apparently right now, available until Tuesday, September 3rd. So starting now until Tuesday, September 3rd. And if the court will grant him an opportunity to go there, he'll be able to obtain his GED, work on that. He'll be able to work on dealing with any drug or alcohol issues. I know that there's been marijuana and things going on in the past. Hopefully he'll be able to get some life skills, anger management classes maybe to deal with him
and how he perceives.
and how he
negatives and how
perceives
he
negatives and how he reacts to
Your
them.
Honor,
I think, Your Honor, that this is
going
gonna go a long way for them. He
told me over these past several months.
told me over these past several months,
Abandoned by his family.
he was abandoned by his family. He was homeless as a teenager. He was out in the streets.
And whatever he did.
And for whatever he did,
That he should go
it
to
was
prison
deemed
at 17
that he
years
should go to
old.
prison at 17
I
years
wasn't
old.
involved in that case.
I wasn't involved in that case,
Comment,
but, you know,
but he
I'm not
did.
gonna
He spent
comment,
several years in
but he
prison.
did. He spent
Essentially
several
as a
years
kid.
in prison, essentially as a
That's
kid.
where he's growing up, in the streets.
That's where he's growing up, in the
I'm
streets and in
hoping the court
prison. I'm hoping the
Give him
court
a chance.
will give him a chance.
And you know what, Your
Go to
Honor?
the CVCF, and you know what, Your Honor? If he blows this, it's all on him, and he knows that he's looking at quite a lot of prison time based upon what he pled to. So I'm hoping the court will continue him on community control and give him that opportunity. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hubbard, what do you want to say? Mr. Hubbard, what do you want to say?
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to start off by thanking you for helping me get my assessment done, you and my probation officer, David Tompkins. I know how annoying such tasks must be, but I appreciate you nonetheless, Your Honor. Your Honor, I make a lot of errors I come to regret. Lately, I've been making a lot of irrational choices out of emotion instead of calming down and using my brain to reason. I come to see that controlling my emotions is a problem that I have that I need help controlling, Your Honor. A detrimental problem, I might add. Anger issues is a consistent problem in my family, so I've been told. My parents have it, me and my siblings have it, and maybe more. A brother of mine was sentenced to do 43 years to life because he couldn't control his anger. And recently, my lawyer helped me realize if I don't seek some type of help, I can dig myself in a hole I can't get out of, just like my brother. Although I feel like some of the choices I made in the county jail was me defending myself, I regret a lot of them. Therefore, I know I was wrong. And trust me, Your Honor, the correctional officers made sure I paid for those errors with severe punishment and then some. Your Honor, being that I'm just 21 and don't have any experience or teaching on how to rectify my own problems, let alone control my anger, it's a harder process for me than it will be for others. And honestly, I never deemed my anger to be that much a problem for me until I reflected on some insufficient choices I made out of anger and seeing how upset my actions made you my last court date. And I apologize that they had, Your Honor. I've been working on trying to control my temper more and more. Your Honor, if you give me this chance to attend the CVCF, I can assure you that I will take full advantage of the anger management class because in my heart and in my brain, I know I need to. Also, I'll complete the GED courses and complete the program in itself. I've been thinking after I get my GED, maybe I can attend a Tri-C community college that my grandmother works at. I got a passion for writing and reading and making like documents and reports, and I like to use my words. So maybe I was thinking I was smart enough to at least try to get a degree. Your Honor, I hope you still believe in me to get my life on track because I'm still on the path to living a sensible, sufficient life free of drugs, alcohol, bad habits, and anything else can send me back to the worst place of my life, the county jail and prison. Your Honor, I mercifully ask you to allow me to take this step towards a positive future. Thank you, Your Honor.
See, you got two big problems that exist right now,
Both of which you can overcome.
both of which you can overcome if you want to overcome them. Okay?
First problem is you got
First problem is you got
the charges back from. 20
the charges back from late 20 when you were 17
Cuyahoga County that sent you.
in Cuyahoga County that sent you to prison
For a little more than 2 years.
a little more than 2 years. You got out in November of 23. So
You pick up.
and then you pick up this failure to comply.
That's your first problem,
So that's your first problem, is the record you've created for yourself
so early in your life.
so early in your
21
life?
right now?
Because you're 21 right now,
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
So that's a problem.
So that's a
That
problem,
follows.
because that follows you.
The only way you're gonna overcome that.
The only way you're gonna overcome that problem
Create some separation.
is to create some separation between
The present
the present
and the future.
and the future, okay?
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because
Coming up with these
if you keep coming up with these felonies, then
major
you've kind of
things you gotta lie in
made your bed that you gotta lie in
going forward.
going
Create
forward.
separation,
If you create separation,
then you,
Then
in effect,
you've,
overcome that
in
problem.
effect, overcome that problem as best you can. That's the first
Second
problem.
is
Second problem is your temper.
You gotta learn how to control.
You gotta learn how to control it.
Now, you're not
Okay.
always in control.
Now, you're not always in
Now,
control,
you're
like
not in
right
control
now. You're not in
of where
control
you are,
of where you are,
what you can do and what you can't.
and what you can do and what you can't do, right?
Because
Yes, Your Honor.
Because
in effect,
in effect, in reality,
your temper going back to
your temper going back to NeoCap is what put you in that position. We've been through that. We were through that last month. I'm not gonna rehash that again.
The reality
okay?
is,
But the reality is,
the reactions that you
the reactions that you
engage in
engage in
response to situations
in response to situations
put you where you are.
has put you where you are.
Until you overcome,
Until you overcome that second
it's gonna
problem,
recur.
it's gonna recur.
Now,
Now,
it may very well be
it may very well
that
be
you're not
completely to blame for
Maybe
it.
other parties are partially.
Maybe other parties are partially to blame for it that triggered you.
You're where
okay?
you are.
But you're where you are
yourself.
because you've put yourself where you
You have
are.
to get yourself out of it.
And you have to get yourself
Those
out
are
of
the
it.
two things you gotta overcome.
So those are the two things you gotta overcome.
No, Mr. Watson
Nope.
can't make you overcome.
Mr. Watson can't make you overcome it. Mr. Tompkins can't make you overcome it. I can't make you overcome it,
You got no
okay? You got no
family structure,
family structure,
parent-wise.
right? Parent-wise.
But what about your grandmother?
What about your grandmother?
My grandma,
My grandma, she been disappointed in a lot of actions I've been making since I've been 13. So she cut all communication with me when I turned 15, and I ain't heard from her since.
Where does she live, do you know?
And Willowwick,
Okay.
she worked at the Tri-C as a teacher, and
Okay.
I just been thinking maybe I could try to like make her proud of something I did, you know, and like try to give like just try to turn like just like show that I could be something. Like I'm not a waste of life.
Okay.
There's only one way you can do that, right?
There's only one way you can do that, right?
You kind of
I
told me
mean,
that
you kind of told me that
you want to go to this place,
you want to go to this place,
CBCF,
the CBCF,
you want to get your GED,
you want to get your
you
GED,
want to enroll at
wanna
Tri-C.
enroll at Tri-C,
Skills.
that you
writing,
have some
right?
skills
You told me all
in
that
writing,
when you read that
right?
letter.
You told me all that when you read that letter.
So the only way that you can.
So the only way that you can really,
reestablish.
seems to me,
contact with your grandmother
reestablish any contact with your grandmother
is to go through that process.
is if you go through that process,
And one day,
and one day
you're enrolled.
she sees you're enrolled at Tri-C,
You can't
right?
talk.
I mean, you can't talk you
your way
can't
into
your way
getting
into
back into her good graces.
getting
right?
back
You
into
gotta
her good graces,
prove
right?
your way
You gotta
back.
prove your way back
Right.
into her good graces, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
You're an intelligent person.
you're an intelligent
Just
person
hasn't used that
who
intelligence
just hasn't used that intelligence
life in your young life.
in your life, in your young life so far.
And until and unless you do that,
And until and unless you do that,
you're gonna keep sitting here and
you're gonna keep
go
sitting
somewhere
here
else
or somewhere else in a blue uniform.
But that's up to you.
But that's up to you.
I don't,
I mean, I don't,
I don't ever pretend
I don't ever pretend
that I can,
that I can,
change anybody's
that
life.
I can change anybody's
I
life.
give you an opportunity to change.
I can
your
give
life.
you an opportunity to change your life,
That's up to you.
all right? But that's up to you.
So part of your,
So part of your,
part of your anger process.
I think part of your anger process is that
Blame others for where you.
you blame
where you
others
are.
for where you are.
Unless that stops.
And unless that stops, it's not gonna change.
Go ahead.
Sometimes,
Go ahead.
Sometimes I just feel like
people like my grandma.
I just feel like people like my grandmother, like they just gave up on me too young. Like I just be sorry. I be upset about that. Like
That may be true.
From her
Maybe-
perspective,
You know, from her perspective,
maybe she doesn't think she did.
maybe she
Your
doesn't think
perspective,
she
you
did.
think she
From your perspective, you think she did.
So it's up to you to prove her wrong.
So it's up to you to
It's up
prove her
you to
wrong.
Prove to her
It's up to you to prove to her
that she gave up on you too.
that,
Not
that
to
she
be
gave
mad
up
about
on you
it,
too young.
okay?
Not to be
Because
mad about it,
once again,
okay? Because,
you did what
once
you
again, you did what you did
and continued to do.
and continued to
Such that
do.
you put her in the
Okay,
position.
such that
she
you
had to
put
make
her
a
in the
judgment.
position that she had to make a judgment,
So
okay? So
what should fuel you at this point?
what should
is not
fuel you at this point
resentment
is
that
not
your grandmother gave up on you
resentment
too
that your
young.
grandmother gave up on you too young.
What should motivate you?
What should motivate you is
To prove that to her,
to prove that to her,
to get back a
to get
relationship.
back a relationship with her. Okay, so
If you wanna, if you think she
if you
gave up
wanna,
on you
if
too
you
young,
think she
don't
gave
view
up
that
on
as a
you too
negative.
young, don't view that as a negative,
Don't view
okay?
it that
It
way
is a
going
negative,
forward.
but don't view it that way going
Use that
forward.
as a way
Use that as a
to
way,
get back this
all right, to get back
relationship.
this relationship,
Really,
because
family-wise.
really, family-wise,
The only one that
she's about the only
you're
one
gonna
that
make any connection. right?
you're gonna make any connection
From
with,
what I read
right?
in the pre-sentence
From
report.
what I read in the
Correct.
pre-sentence report, isn't that correct?
yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you're mad at her for giving.
I don't know
up
if you're
on you
mad at her for giving up on you
or not,
or not,
but you gotta
Right.
turn that.
but you gotta turn that
negative into
from a negative
positive
into
motivator.
a positive motivator
Get that back,
to get that back.
because all this
Okay,
negativity,
because all this negativity,
right here,
right, it's right here.
now, talk about what
Now,
you wanna do.
You talked about what you wanna
go to
do,
the CBCF.
okay, you wanna go to the
You wanna get your
CBCF,
GED.
you wanna get your
figure out how
GED,
to
you wanna figure out how to
Get out of
how
this
to
cycle where you're getting.
get out of this
pissed off
cycle
about
where you
everything
get
all the
pissed
time
off
with
about
everybody.
everything all the time at everybody.
That's good, it's good to have a plan.
And that's good, it's good to have a plan.
Unless, you
Because
don't have a
unless,
plan going forward.
if you don't have a plan going forward, you just kinda,
Willow in the wind,
a willow in the wind,
twisting around,
you're just twisting around.
like that big,
You're like that big,
the big wind thing
the
outside of
big
car.
wind
dealership.
thing
It's always
outside of
blowing
car
around.
dealerships, it's always blowing
Nothing
around, you
stable.
know, you got nothing
But-
stable.
Second part is.
But the second
you gotta
part
execute.
is that you gotta
If you don't
execute the
execute
plan.
the plan, the plan
If
don't
you don't
do no
execute the
good.
plan don't do no good.
That's not something that's gonna be.
And that's not something that's gonna be easy,
Maybe you struggle every day.
it may be a struggle every
That's
day,
kind of what life is.
okay, but that's kinda what life is.
You know that. The struggle.
You
for
know
every
that,
day.
it's been a struggle for you every day for several years.
But you're the only one that can. turn
But
it around.
you're the only one that can turn that around.
When, Mr. Watson, what?
Mr. Watson, what, have you had any contact recently with the CBC?
Directly, I have not.
Directly, I have not, I believe, Aaron Mayer, our social worker, has, I don't know how recently, I should say, but we were told the last time we talked that the bed is available up until
Right.
September 3rd, so, if,
I believe.
I believe we can take him as soon as tomorrow morning. If the court wants confirmation of that, as soon as I leave the court, I can either call myself or have Aaron call and confirm it.
Here's what I'll do.
I'm gonna keep you on community control.
I'm gonna keep you on community control,
I'm gonna give you
and I'm gonna give you
90 days in the jail with credit.
90 days in the jail with credit for 85 that you've done so far. As soon as that verification is made through the CBCF, then you'll be immediately. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
They got me in a. I've been on 20. He just asked me what I've been on 23-1 for 2 months. They got me in an isolation cell. I don't got no more hygiene or nothing, so I'm just in there stinking, and I'm really just ready so I can get something, like start going. Like I can't even talk to my lawyer on the phone.
Okay.
I'll talk to your lawyer.
I'll talk to your lawyer about that after we're done here.
I just really want to see if you could.
All right, I'll talk to Mr. Watson.
All right, I'll talk to Mr. Watson after we're done.
90 with credit for 85.
So 90 with credit for 85. As soon as you're able to transport, Aaron is able to transport to the CBCF, then the remaining days are suspended, and he'll go immediately, directly there. You're to enter into and complete that program and follow all their recommendations.
No drugs or alcohol with screens.
No drugs or alcohol with screens.
To obtain your GED.
You're to obtain your GED.
Obtain your valid driver's
License, keeping in mind that you are under suspension until December of 26. So once that's up, you got to get your license. And then eventually obtain full employment and pay the costs and supervision fees. Anything else, Mr. Tompkins?
Jaden, do you understand?
All right, Jaden, do you understand these terms? They're the same terms as before. You understand them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
If you don't do this,
then you're not leaving me any choice. Okay? And if you don't leave me any choice, then you're not overcoming these two problems. And you're not creating any separation about where you've been and where you need to be. So you decide how you want to do this going forward. You have the ability to
right your ship,
especially since you're only 21 and you got some intelligence, okay, but it's up to you to do it. Anything else, Mr. Watson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we're adjourned. Let me see you then.
All rise.
We're gonna call CBCF. I'm gonna call them and see if the judge wants to.
You gonna call? Can I? Is you gonna come see me today? Let me know what's going on.
I will let you know what's going on.
You gonna come up there?
I will come up there.
All right, Mr. Thompson.
I'll actually come down and see you in a second.
Mr. Tompkins, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hopefully that's the end of that one.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
See Dave. See Bob.
was very nice. She looked beautiful.
Was the food good?
Yeah, yeah, it was buffet style, but it was like, there was like a beef option, a chicken option, and like lamb things, whatever. But you could have all of them because it's a buffet. The chicken was extremely dry, but the beef and the lamb was really good.
I always like buffets because your food is actually hot.
Yeah, that's
Which
true.
is nice.
Yeah.
It's nice when they serve it to you, but I feel like half the time.
Yeah. Good, how are you? Yeah.
All rise.
Okay.
The matter of People Ohio versus Jason Gicciano, case number 24CR000025. Defendant is present in court with defense counsel Michael Feldman. You were previously present in court on July 10th, 2024. The defendant pled guilty to count 1, assault, felony of the 4th degree in violation of revised code section 2903.13A, and amended count 2, harassment with bodily substance, a felony of the 5th degree in violation of revised code section 2921.38B, and count 4, possession of cocaine, a felony of the 5th degree in violation of revised code section 2925.11A with an attached forfeiture specification. The defendant was found guilty and the court ordered a pre-sentence investigation and report, a victim impact statement, and a drug and alcohol evaluation. The state has had the opportunity to review the reports and is prepared to proceed with sentencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman.
Jason is 23 years old. I've known him since he was 2. I've been in and out of his life because of a friendship with his father. I have known some of the struggles that he's been involved in growing up. He comes from parents who weren't necessarily involved in raising him, and I know that Frank did everything possible to raise him correctly as a good background family situation. And in spite of that, I think that Jason has had some issues going back to high school with self-esteem, with getting in arguments and fights, with eventually substance abuse, which is mostly alcohol, and in the last couple of years that's led him down the wrong path. This incident was a New Year's Eve drunken incident where he tells me he was initially jumped by a couple guys at a bar. When the police intervened to stop the whole incident, instead of acting correctly, he turned around and took a swing at the officer. This is all in summary of the case, which has been in front of the court.
And on video, apparently. Through a flock camera in the
And luckily he didn't hurt anyone. connect on a punch. That's the condition he was in at the time. He doesn't have any felony
And
record.
this is his first
And this is his first felony conviction.
And it sure appears
By reviewing the pre-sentence report, the facts of this case, his history, and
the assessment,
the assessment
his
that
problems,
his problems and reason for not
behaving
correctly in society go back to self-esteem issues, anger issues, and substance issues, which is not atypical of the defendants you see.
However, he's 23 years old.
However, he's 23 years old,
Time for him to
and it's
get
time
together.
for him to get it together.
I think he's taken.
Steps. Hopefully he's shown this court and probation that he's taken proper steps
Following
following
his arrest and getting out of jail.
his arrest and getting out of jail in this case in early January. He started with Matt Rupert in terms of anger management and substance abuse classes. He has attended regularly. He has been negative for any alcohol or substances and repeatedly tested by him over the last 8 months. He has been repeatedly tested by probation, excuse me, over the last 8 months, and again, never had a positive test.
The only glitch
that he has had relative to being on pre-sentence, I want to say,
monitoring
through the probation department is an arrest a couple months ago in the city of Cleveland. That case is still pending, as this court is aware. There's a huge factual dispute as to what went on in that case. I have seen video from that case which does not substantiate the allegations against defendant, and that case will be played out in Cuyahoga County as it is reset for pretrial next week. And I have had various conversations and meetings with the prosecutor without any resolution to date.
But that isn't the case in front of this court.
But that isn't the case in front of this court. This case is the misbehavior and criminal activity from a drunken New Year's Eve situation that I hope and expect will never be repeated by Jason.
Because of
the other arrest, his bond was revoked for 30 days. And he sat in jail and had a chance to see where his life is going, what he needs to do.
His life in
the right direction. And how important it is to get treatment and stay away from alcohol.
He had never had any sort of
treatment prior to this, either for alcohol or anger management or issues relating to his self-esteem. All things which I think are important and necessary in helping him stay on the right path. He works as an electrician. He does tell me that he works fairly regularly, if not every week. Mostly gets calls on various jobs, and if necessary, in order to maintain employment, knows that he will have to bring proof of these jobs to probation, so that there is no question that he is actually doing something appropriate with his life.
Hopefully it's not asking too much of this court
to give him a chance, to give him consideration for community control. Let him continue with any program this court deems appropriate or necessary. Let him continue with his treatment with Matt Rupert. Let him continue to show that he can stay away from alcohol, away from drugs, away from trouble, and learn from his anger management classes and how to live in society and be a good guy. I think if this court gives him that opportunity, he will surprisingly show the court that he can succeed with that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. do you have to say? What do you have to say?
I made a lot of dumb mistakes. I'm trying to be better now. I'm sober. I'm gonna be 8 months sober in a couple days here. I quit that stuff. That stuff's all behind me. I was a different person then. I'm trying to be a better human, a better man, and I'm just trying to get my life back together and not cause any more problems.
This stuff's been going on for
full 6 years.
a full 6 years now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
When's the last time you
met with your Lyndhurst probation officer?
About a month ago, and then I talked to her on the phone a couple weeks ago.
Because as of July 12th, she hadn't heard from you. Why is that?
July 12th?
Right.
She's heard from me.
Okay.
Up until July 12th.
Up until July 12th, she had not heard from you. Did not realize you were out of jail.
What are you supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do? What are your terms of probation in Lyndhurst Municipal Court?
Now I have to call her once a month.
But what were your terms? What were you supposed to do?
Before?
You were placed on probation on March 21.
She didn't really give me any exact terms.
Okay, you want to be on, am I to understand from Mr. Feldman that you want to be on probation here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It seems like
there wasn't a lot of effort.
Seems like there wasn't a lot of effort put into that in Lyndhurst. So why would I believe that you're going to give this any effort?
I've been trying.
I mean, listen to me.
You
got in July as a juvenile, you got a domestic violence against your father, right? What was that all about?
I was drunk.
Okay. Then you had another one that was dismissed a few months later. Actually, it looks like they just. It was in juvenile court. What was that one about? That domestic violence?
I was again drunk.
Okay.
Who was that against?
Who was that against?
My dad.
Did your dad do something to piss you off on those two occasions, or what?
We were just arguing, and it got out of hand.
Okay. Then, as an adult, 2 years ago, you had a persistent disorderly conduct. What was that all about? Do you remember?
I think I know what you're talking about. There was a person being racist to one of my friends, and I didn't take it too well.
Okay, then a couple months later, there was a disorderly conduct intoxication in Lyndhurst. What was that all about?
I was drunk and arguing and fighting.
Okay. And then the one you're on probation now for in September of 23, attempted assault. What was that all about?
I was drunk and defending myself.
Okay.
Defending yourself?
Defending yourself?
In my opinion, yes.
So what happened on
New Year's Day in Willoughby?
I was very drunk, more drunk than I've probably ever been in my entire life, and made a lot of really bad decisions.
Okay. So why weren't all these problems corrected over the previous 5.5 years? If you kept doing the same thing over and over again, why did you keep doing the same thing over and over again?
I guess the alcohol was more important to me than getting the help for it.
Why?
It made me feel better.
Made you feel better. You kept running in and out of courts.
Yeah. How did it make you feel?
Yeah.
How did it make you feel better?
This made me feel good about myself. Like I wasn't fucking things up. But the whole time that was what was making me fuck things up.
Okay. So after you finished with your first court date in juvenile, and you realized that part of the problem for that domestic was you were drinking. You kept drinking, despite the fact that you believe it caused the problem, right? So why should I believe anything is going to change?
You've given yourself.
You've given yourself a pattern here.
It's very destructive.
That is very destructive when somebody like me looks at it.
Why am I to believe that anything?
Why am I to believe that anything will change with you?
Before, I never thought I had a problem. I knew I drank a lot, but I didn't really see it as a problem. And now that I'm getting older and growing up, I'm realizing what I was actually doing myself. And
others. And others.
And
right?
others.
And others.
It's not all about you.
I mean, it's not all about you, but
yeah.
And others. So go back again to January 1st and tell me what happened.
You were really drunk.
You were really drunk. That's as far as you got. What happened?
I was really drunk outside of 1899 in Willoughby, and some guys were beating up on this kid. And I tried
What
to
kid?
I don't know him. And I tried to help him, and then they started beating up on me. So it was a big fight, and then the police came, and when the police came, I didn't want to hear none of it, and they were trying to talk to me, and I was not cooperating at all, and fighting, and trying to get away from them.
Took a swing at one?
And took a swing at one, and fell off the curb, and then they arrested me.
And
they had to
take you to the ground to arrest you, right?
Yes.
Because you were fighting with them.
Yes, I was trying to run away.
And when you got to the jail out here, it took 7 of them.
And a restraint chair.
To control you.
Yeah.
So why in the hell should society put up with that nonsense from you or anybody else?
I don't think they should. I would just like a second chance.
You've had a lot of chances, haven't you?
Yes.
And you haven't done anything with any of them.
You're right. I'm trying every day to be better. It's not easy for me, but I'm trying my best.
Well, what's not easy?
At first, being sober was very hard. It gets easier every day. Not being so angry all the time. Learning to just walk away. It's getting easier.
What is it you're angry about?
I don't know.
You're angry.
It's hard to not be angry.
And it's hard to not be angry. So what are you angry? What are you angry about right now?
I'm not angry anymore.
What were you angry?
What were you angry about?
I don't know. When I was drunk at anything, you could drop a pencil on the ground and I'd find a way to make it a problem.
What?
So tell me about this recovery.
So tell me about this recovery path with Matt Rupert. What's that? What have you been doing?
We meet once or twice a week. I go there sometimes, or he'll come to my house. It's really the best thing I've ever done in my entire life. He helps me a lot, and I'm glad that Michael connected me with him.
How long you been meeting with?
How long you been meeting with him?
About 8 months. About 8 months, right after I got out on New Year's.
When's the last time you met?
When's the last time you met with him?
I saw him yesterday.
When's the next time you're supposed to meet?
When's the next time you're supposed to meet with him?
It should be sometime next
How long is
week.
this program gonna
How
go
long
on?
is this program gonna go on? Do you know?
About I think another year. I think I just finished 12 sessions, and I think I have 12 more.
So I think 6 months.
So I think 6 months actually.
What happened with your employment?
What
at
happened with
OHM?
your employment at OHM?
Well, I wasn't.
I
was
there, and then I went to the union,
And then I got fired.
and then I got fired.
Why?
And I went to
Why'd you
jail
get fired?
Why'd you get fired?
because I was in jail and I didn't call.
Why were you in jail?
Because I got arrested on New Year's for fighting with the police.
So what do you do now?
So what do you do now? What do you do to make money?
I'm trying to be an electrician on my own just for the time being, so I don't get fired again if I do have to go to jail again. But if I don't, I'm gonna try to get back in the union if they'll let me.
Where do you live?
Where do you live?
I live with my mom in Wycliffe.
Besides working and meeting with Rupert, what do you do?
I spend time with Abby or
I spend time with Abby or play basketball with my little brother, or go to the movies with my sister. Just spend time with my family, and that's pretty much all I do.
How old's your brother?
He just turned 18. He just graduated.
How old's your sister?
Farrah is 12 now.
She had a birthday.
She had a birthday yesterday?
Yeah. She's 13
Yeah.
now.
She's 13 now.
When you come here,
Actually, the last time you were here, you kind of conducted yourself
as a little shit, quite frankly.
As
Okay,
you stand here now,
As you stand here now, you're very meek and mild. And I'm told when you've met with the probation department, you're the same way. Okay, but out and about, I don't know, you seem to conduct yourself as sort of a wannabe tough guy. Why is that?
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not entirely sure.
A
lot of it has to do with the alcohol. I was pretty much drinking every day.
Up until
this last year. I don't think I had maybe 1 or 2 days in between. Between being drunk. I think I was most likely drunk every single day. If not, 1 or 2 days maybe I wasn't.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses?
I got bipolar.
Okay, and what treatment are you undergoing for that?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't like to take medications because I don't want to get addicted to them.
Were you ever on any medication for bipolar disorder?
In high school and depression.
When's the last time you saw any doctor or anybody for mental health issues?
Years. I think it's maybe 2 years ago. 3 years ago.
else you wanna say?
Anything else you wanna say?
No, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Ronick?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is going to join in the recommendations for community control. It is clear that the defendant does have a significant alcohol at least problem. There was also drugs involved to get 3 baggies of cocaine in his pocket at the time of the offense. However, it does seem that since the offense, the defendant has been working towards sobriety. So the state is going to join in the recommendation for community control and just ask that the court impose specific sanctions as to drug and alcohol treatment, continued drug and alcohol treatment, and mental health treatment. Thank you.
Why, why should police officers put up with the nonsense that you were giving them?
I don't think they should, and I think that the way I was acting, they handled me in the right way and throw me down and put me in the handcuffs.
Do you think when this deputy comes to work every day, that he should anticipate that somebody's gonna want to fight with him?
No, sir.
Would you want to go to work every day with the thought that somebody's gonna want to fight with you?
No.
Sit down. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the drug and alcohol evaluation. Considered what you have had to say, Mr. Feldman, Ms. Hronik. Took a look at the Matt Rupert reports. Considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. In your young life and in your experience here, in the past, you presented yourself as somebody who's very unlikable. I don't know whether you believe that or whether you think that. But essentially, you've been a pain in the ass the last 6 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you got to figure out whether that's ever going to change. Because if it doesn't, you'll keep coming back. Somebody else will look at this record. Wonder why I did what I did. Consideration of all the applicable statutes. I'm going to place you on community control for 5 years. I'm going to give you terms and conditions that let you decide how you want to live your life. Like a little pain in the ass or a responsible adult. There's no in between. 35 days in jail with credit for 35. You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're going to complete this program with Recovery Path and follow all his recommendations. You're going to obtain a mental health evaluation and follow those recommendations. You're gonna go attend at least 3 AA meetings a week and obtain a sponsor. You're gonna get full and verifiable employment. Okay? That you're gonna have to show to your probation officer. You're gonna pay the costs and supervision fees. And you're gonna sign releases for any of your providers that you go to, Rupert and whoever else you go to, so probation can get your records. Ms. Randazzo, any other terms?
Your Honor, consider decision point.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You are going to complete the decision point program through probation. And follow any recommendations. You understand the terms?
Yes, sir.
Any question about the terms?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if you don't comply with the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control. And if I find you violated, I'll send you to prison for 30 months. And then you can see what the tough guys are like. I don't think you'd like it.
No.
Anything else, Ms. Haranik?
How many months, Your Honor, did you state?
Huh?
How many months, Your Honor, did you state?
Isn't it 30, 18, and 12?
I believe it's 18, 12, and 12. I have 42.
Wait a minute. Count one, oh yeah, I missed one. Yeah, 42 months, not 30 months.
Also, Your Honor would ask for an order that the items be forfeited.
And that'll be forfeited. Anything else, Mr. Feldman?
No, Your Honor.
So you can, going forward, figure out how you want to live.
All rise.
Yep, you're gonna have her sign in on the kiosk, and have a seat. It's gonna take me a little bit to get all the rules set up, but I'll get it, okay? Thank you. Hi. Just, you know, the documentation for the solar, she was under the impression she didn't bring the information.
Jen had in the notes that you were asked to bring it today.
Yeah, just like the name of the place and all that, so they didn't like send me anything, but I did have an interview and was accepted.
Okay. They wouldn't send you something that said that?
No,
Well, you
I
can
have her
explain that to
name
the
in the
judge if he
house.
asks for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the plan would be if he terminates it by journal entry or if he's gonna want you to come back. Jen will be back next week and terminate probation with her if he grants it. I'm not exactly sure, but we should clarify that for sure.
Okay.
Are you still coming in weekly, Kayla?
Every other.
Every other? Is it funky in here? Is it funk?
Like feel fun, that's not.
No, it's not. Rachel Smith, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Assuming that this is granted, to obviously relocate to Delaware, she plans to visit the kids, as well this weekend, if granted. If it's not granted, would there be any objection to her having permission to travel to see them this weekend?
No, we would have to get the court's permission.
Right.
So we just put in the request usually for out-of-state travel, and then the court decides all that. But for whatever reason, if the court approves it, you'll have to come over and get papers that allow you to travel out-of-state, but I can get those together for you, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that?
Either way, like you could ask them for
I would.
whatever reason.
I think you should, yes, instead of us submitting a memo and all that kind of stuff, yeah.
I don't think you need these.
Nope, that's a rarity. Wow.
All rise.
Seated, split.
Your Honor, we're here in case State of Ohio versus Kayla Brooks, case number 20 CR 827, and we are here on the defendant's motion to terminate community control sanctions. Thank you.
Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Ms. Brooks is compliant with the terms of her probation. She has achieved 10 months of sobriety, and she is asking the court to terminate her community control early and successfully. So the court's ordinance was a JFS case that arose from the same facts as the matter before the court today, and that case has been terminated. Ms. Brooks has claimed employment, sober living, and is
Signing on the kiosk. MC, it's gonna take me a little bit to get all the set up, but I'll
a balance of $1,330 still outstanding on her court costs. However, she does have a plan to repay that and can afford $50 per paycheck, which would be $100 per month until that balance is paid.
Balance is paid. She's still catching up financially following her 6 months on NEO cap. She's
she's asking the court to terminate her successfully and allow her to join her children and a partner in Delaware.
Thank you. What do you want to tell me, Kayla?
Just that like she stated, I've been sober for 10 months. When I went to NeoCap, my children went out of state to Delaware with their grandmother. So it's been 10 months since I've seen them, and I was accepted to sober living in Delaware. So I plan to continue doing what I've been doing here, going to meetings and get a good support group there, so I can be back in their lives. I've been working and staying sober and just doing really good.
So what's changed?
I think for me, the biggest thing is realizing that alcohol's not the solution for me feeling how I feel. Like if I don't want to feel a certain way, I've always just kind of like wanted to escape that, and I used alcohol and drugs to get outside of myself, but I'm learning how to deal with that and face myself completely sober, and that the good times and the bad times, they just pass, but I work through it and I just become stronger, and I'm really enjoying living a good, productive, sober life. I'm having a lot of, even like the good and the bad, just like little moments that I wouldn't really pay attention to before, or like wouldn't be significant in my life, are now, and I enjoy, and I'm really enjoying it. So.
Well, how was NeoCap?
I didn't like it very much.
How long were you there?
How long were you there?
For a little over 4 months.
Okay.
All right, well, it's been a long road.
All right, well, it's been a long road. Just about 4 years with a bunch of violations. So hopefully you've turned that corner. So I'll terminate your community control. Just work on those court costs and
Do what you gotta
do what you got to do to
stay sober
stay sober so you can enjoy your life and enjoy your kids. Okay. Anything else, Ms. Wood?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor. I know, but it was a good journal. I'm sure you're going to see John.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Rachel, the journal entry will just state, oh, I'm sorry. The journal entry will just state that she's terminated. Yes. And you don't even have to come over probation. Enjoy your trip. You didn't think of what it would be like if that actually happened, did you? No, I think I just got up to this point. No. The best of it ever. I'm through here. You're struggling to know what to do. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what to do? You know what not to do? I bet you can't wait to see those.
I know. I'm like, mentally I'm learning Delaware now for 10 months, so I've seen pictures and we FaceTime a lot, but I mean, my baby was 9 months.
Get there. How are you getting there? Driving. Yourself? Yes. Okay, try not to be too emotional.
Right.
So you can get there and back safe.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm like mentally, I spent 48 hours and living home with my baby, so I'm not even.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let's see.
All good, Judge.
In case number 24 CR 768 and 24 CR 6.
You didn't think of what it would be like if that actually happened, did you?
Case
No, I think I
number
just got it.
24 CR 768 is count 2, aggravated trafficking and drugs, a felony of the second degree. The state's offer in case number 24 CR 643 is count 1.
Is count 1, aggravated possession of drugs, a felony of the second degree with a forfeiture specification. Both of those carry mandatory prison terms, and we are here for purposes of a pretrial and to set future court dates. Thank you.
Did you say on the 768 it's count 2?
Count 2.
Okay. All right, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Hector Martinez here with Mr. Folkens. Your Honor, I was retained to represent Mr. Folkens yesterday. I entered my notice of appearance on both cases. We've asked the court to grant a continuance for both cases. On one case, there are no real speedy trial time issues. It was filed on June 26th, I believe. In the other case, Mr. Folkens executed a time waiver around that same time. So we'd ask the court, in the interest of justice, to allow me to conduct discovery, review the case, and reset these matters for later trial dates. Also, I've gone over with Mr. Folkens the potential penalties and plea offer, and we're rejecting that at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Filkins, you understand the
Mr. Filkins, you understand the offers in each of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Any question about either of them?
No, Your Honor.
All right, on the 6.
All right, on the 643 case, we're going to set it for a case for a jury trial, November 18th at 8 a.m. On the 768 case, jury trial for December 9 at 8 a.m. On each case, we'll have another hearing that will take place on November 6th at 9 a.m. That will be your opportunity to either accept or reject the offer on each of those cases. If you reject the offer on each case, then we'll proceed to trial on the dates that I've given you. After that November 6th date, you decide you want to plead, then absent some unusual circumstance, then you're going to have to plead to all the charges in both cases. You understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Wood?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
It's in Judge Talented ages.
It's just.
table once he was up.
Just never mind.
doesn't matter because she didn't submit a statement. But maybe that's more telling, maybe that kind of tells us what we need to know.
Yeah. In case you were curious, Dennis got an extension. Did not get evicted from his house just yet.
Good for him.
How are you?
Did he do that and stuff?
She did it?
No. Well, I think it's just, I don't think it's in the court notice. Authorize the police department to, yeah, because the order, that, I mean, they were taking because of the TPO, right? Yeah. And so TPO will end, so it doesn't hold them, but we'll just have to authorize this to sell, or release it back to, yeah, somebody else will. And if you run into any problems, you know, that's fine. And I just run into problems.
All rise.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are present for the matter of Dale Ohio versus Michael A. Chapman. This is 24 CR 20, President of the court, this one is the defendant. During disclaimer, we were last here on July 10th. At that time, the defendant withdrew his previous was not guilty and he pleaded guilty to amended count 1, felon class obstruction of official business in violation of 2921.31, amended count 2, misdemeanor 1 assault, violation of 5.3.3.3. Court set sentencing for today and order victim impact statement, PSR, and psychological evaluation. All those were completed, except the victim impact statement that did not state one of this page. The state did review the other documents and it prepared to accept it.
Thank you, Judge, prosecutor, spoken deeply and accurately. Judge, you could have my sentencing memorandum, so I won't belabor how much is in there, but I would just remind the court that this did start with, Mr. Downing and I spending a considerable period of time trying to find a way to get the veteran program over the world. As the court knows now that that's not something that they had done at that point. Both parties, the state and defense, saw that as a perfect place for him to find himself.
Saw that as the perfect place for him to find himself. So that did help us find our resolution to the case, as well as to what I think is fair to say probably an agreed representation at this point. He is in the department. You have his VA rating. He has a disability for his mental health, his post-traumatic stress disorders, depression, and as well as a number of physical disabilities from his time in the military. I provided you his DD-214 and all the certificates supporting that. So by all accounts, especially for somebody who hasn't served, his service was rather remarkable, at least impressive in my mind. And I think the court probably feels the same way. He's been participating at the VA for a considerable period of time. I provided you both of the reports from the social worker, outreach social worker at the VA, going back as far as June of this summer, and then most recently in August, she sent a follow-up that he's continuing to focus on his mental health and making positive strides. He was in the PTSD symptom management program. He just indicated to me now that he's graduated from that program. Before you came in, he told me he's trying to get into another program there. It just takes time to. He wants to do cognitive behavioral therapy, but unfortunately they got to now evaluate him and get him into that program. But he's never sat on his rear while this case is pending. He's always made efforts to try to demonstrate to the court that he's taking things seriously. He's improving himself. Most recently, he is enrolled above a full-time schedule at Tri-C. I think classes just started this week, if I'm correct. It's a combination of
he had a wonderful job that he enjoyed a lot in the firearms industry.
In-person coursework. He had a wonderful job that he enjoyed a lot in the firearms industry, but because of this, he had to set that aside. Although that shouldn't be determinative, Your Honor knows guys that have a passion for firearms and a career of working with them. That's a career they love. And to a lot of people in that situation, that's an ideal career for him. And he had to let that go, and it took a lot for him to get to that point, but he immediately went and started looking for a job. At one point in time, he was looking to work in Marks. He's most recently found a job working for certainly doesn't carry the prestige that his other job had. I wanted to press again on the court that, right? My brief facts of the case, you know those. I won't belabor the point today because the victim did not appear, but he accepted responsibility to you at his plea. I think he accepted responsibility appropriately at the pre-sentence report. Looks like he's got 9 days credit. I think the pre-sentence report did note a violation while in the military as a prior offense. I talked to Michael a little bit about that, and that wasn't a court-martial. That was purely an administrative sanction of some sort. So there was no conviction or anything out of the military on that. So he has no prior convictions to speak of. But he's here to answer any questions you have. We'd ask you to adopt what I think, if I could speak for Mr. Downing, is probably a joint recommendation of probation and with some type of supervision in the Veterans Court. He served 9 days, and I don't think anything more than that is necessary. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chapman, what do you want to tell me?
To be honest, Your Honor, my actions on the night of December 26th.
To be honest, Your Honor, my actions on the night of December 26th were nothing less than embarrassing, to say the least. I don't think anyone should go through any of that kind of situation. No one should feel uncomfortable at their home. Adults shouldn't be acting like children and bickering loud enough for police to get called. In the time that everything has happened here, I've done everything in my ability to try to make myself better, take accountability for everything that has happened, try to improve one step at a time in the right direction, learn from this incident to make sure not to repeat anything like it. I've done as much as I could medically through the VA, try to better myself by going to school, getting a job, leaving a job that I felt like personally was not a job. Being a manager at a firearms store, being a weapons specialist in the Army was more than my passion. I want nothing but good to happen to Kristen, Nathan, and the baby. I really hope that after this I can find out that the child is mine. As a child growing up, I didn't really know my father, and I want to afford that to the child as well, if it is mine. All I can say is this isn't going to happen again.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only thing I'll touch on, this is a joint recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only thing I'll touch on, and this is a joint recommendation for community control. I think what's clear in this case, and that because the victim's not here, I'll just share some of the things that she had indicated to me that I think emphasizes the need for intensive community control, which is that this night really was kind of the culmination of some tumultuous times between these two, which seem to be aggravated by the defendant's parent's substance abuse problem with alcohol and some mental health issues, which I think we're mixing. The victim indicated, although this was the first time that things had escalated to this level, there had certainly been incidents in the past where he had broken some items of property and things like that. And I'm not here to litigate those facts, but my point is that I think that whatever this court decides, the defendant does need to initiate or continue with intensive treatment in a dual diagnosis capacity, and that's the best thing going forward.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the psychological evaluation. I did not receive a victim impact statement. I reviewed the sentencing memorandum provided by Mr. Clammer, listened to Mr. Chapman, Mr. Clammer, Mr. Downing, considered all the applicable statutes, 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I place you on community control for 4 years, 9 days in the county jail, credit for 9. You to continue your services with the VA that you're currently undergoing and follow all recommendations. You'd have no illicit drugs or alcohol with screens periodically. No contact with the victim with the exception of the paternity action and whatever follows from that. Through the court process, sign releases for probation, obtain and maintain full employment, compliance with the Veterans Court program at Willoughby Municipal Court, and pay the cost and supervision fees. Now, I don't know what the Veterans Court is like. If somehow that conflicts with these conditions here, then bring that to my attention, or bring that to your probation officer's attention. And if for some reason it Willoughby Court declines to take it, then let your probation officer, who would be his probation officer? Randazzo? Okay. Let your probation officer know that, and then we'll adjust the terms if we need to adjust the terms to make up for whatever is going on there. So hopefully that'll work out, and you can work primarily through them, okay, to comply with probation. Do you understand all the terms?
I'll explain to him. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Essentially, what you need to do is continue what your treatment with the Veterans Court, with the Veterans Administration, comply with whatever the conditions in Willoughby Municipal Court are. And really, a lot of that will be parallel to what we're doing here.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Newman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. If you don't comply, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, you face 12 months in prison. Understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Downey?
Just want to, you mentioned full-time employment, but because the defendant is in school, just a combination there, I'm assuming. And then how would you want the judgment entry then to read for the Willoughby Municipal Court?
Well, compliance with the conditions established by the Veterans Court at the Willoughby Municipal Court.
Do you want anything in there about if he's not accepted or if they don't take him?
You know what, if he's not accepted.
You know what, if he's not accepted, then we'll come back here for further terms of community control, okay?
So essentially ordering him.
Whatever may be appropriate, I don't know what that would be.
So essentially ordering him to apply.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, if he gets in, fine, if he doesn't, we'll come back.
I think it would be a referral through our probation department, right? I think that's probably the best way. I don't think there's like an application. I think the best way would be
Well, why don't you, Nicole, why don't you contact or have Kaylee contact Willoughby Muni, whoever runs that. If there's a problem, let me know and I'll contact.
Judge, I'll also email it.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Clayton?
Judge, my only, and I don't know if I would deal with this through probation, but he has a roommate now to cover rent. That roommate carries a firearm. He doesn't have any other firearms in the house. They were seized. We're gonna get those returned to his father as opposed to him. He knows not to possess one. Is there anything I need to do that there's another occupant in the home that possesses a firearm?
I don't think so, as long as you're not possessing it.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
You were gonna say something?
All rise.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise. Read the jury instruction, constructive possession.
I know.
So that made it on the ECAM.
That's. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, he's got all the information.
have a seat right there. I apologize for the hurriedness. It's not your case. There's another case I'm working on where something blew up. So I've been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Okay. I do that for all my clients. But for you, this is pretty straightforward, okay? So this is what's called a change of plea by information. The first document, now we sign all this in front of the judge. So I'm gonna go over it now, but we don't sign it now until we're in court. Okay. This first document is a waiver of indictment. Now, you're doing a plea by information. So what that means is you're agreeing to the charge without the prosecutor having to go to the grand jury. Okay. So all this says is that you're waiving your right to have your case be presented to the grand jury. Okay, that's all it says. They didn't fill this out, so I have to fill this out. Okay, so you're entering a plea of guilty. Judge is gonna go through all this. By doing a guilty plea, you're waiving certain rights. So first off, you have a right to a trial, a jury trial or a bench trial. You have the right to have me cross-examine any witnesses. You have the right to call your own witnesses, and if they're not gonna show up, I can subpoena the court and say, hey, we want them here, and they can order those people to be here. You have the right to an attorney, that's me. At trial, you have the right to take the stand or not to take the stand, it's your choice. The prosecutor can't comment if you don't. The prosecutor has to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If you went to trial and you're convicted, you have the right to an appeal. Now, if by pleading guilty, you're waiving all those rights. So in other words, we're obviously not going to trial. Okay, so that's the wrong. So now, this is the most important part of this whole document. I admit committing the offense and will tell the judge the facts and circumstances of my guilt. How that's going to work, the judge is going to turn to the prosecutor and say, had this case gone to trial, tell me the facts of the case. The prosecutor's just going to read from the police report. I know you disagree with it a little bit. The judge is then going to turn to you and say, Mr. Gaithright, is that true? Is that what happened? Give a one-word answer. Yes. You say anything else like, but it really didn't happen that way, Judge, or some of this is wrong. All Judge O'Donnell's going to say is, well, then I'm not going to take your plea, and we can set this case for trial. Make sense? Yes. So at sentencing, we're going to have an opportunity to give our side of the story and what's going on. Make sense? Yeah. Okay, so you say yes. So you're entering a plea of guilty to one charge. It's having a weapon while under a disability. It's a felony of the third degree. Having a weapon is a third degree felony. He has to go over the maximum penalties. It carries with it between 9 and 36 months in prison. Doesn't mean you're getting prison. Up to a $7,500 fine. There's no mandatory prison on this case. So in other words, the judge doesn't have to send you to prison, you can get probation. But I promise you. Now, so if you're pleading guilty, again, the maximum penalty is up to 36 months, up to a $7,500 fine. The judge has to go over post-release control. If you get sent to prison, when you're released from prison, you may be subject of proposed release control, so known as parole. That's up to the Department of Corrections. It's not up to the judge, but he has to explain all this to you. Okay? He then is going to go over if you're granted community control, because that's also an option. That could be up to 5 years. Like 2 or 3 years. You are a citizen of the United States, correct? You do not circle that face mandatory time. If you do go to prison, you are allowed to apply for what's called judicial release. That's another release. You have any drug uses? I stopped smoking like 2 weeks ago. That's fine. When we're done here, you gotta go to probation. It's probably stopped 2 weeks ago. It might be tiny bit left, but stop. Alright? Just be forward, just be straight up. Now, judge is gonna go through all that, and then we're gonna sign off in front of the judge. Any questions? You're okay? Alright, have a seat. I gotta go back with the judge. I'll be right back. I just had a time bar. Yeah. I'll live. Alright, so, Judge is gonna ask you a bunch of yes or no questions. Just, yes, Your Honor, no, Your Honor. Be respectful. And then when it's all done, nothing will happen today. We're gonna walk out of here and I'll walk over to the page. Now they're gonna set court date approximately 30 days
All rise.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today in the state of Ohio versus Matthew Gathright, case number 24CR715. The defendant is present with counsel Bill Watson. We're set today for an information hearing. It's the state's understanding that the defendant is going to waive his right to indictment and plead to the information. One count being having weapons under disability, a felony of the 3rd degree with a forfeiture specification. There is no agreement as to sentencing at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, that is my understanding of this afternoon's hearing. I've had a chance to discuss this with the prosecutor. I believe full discovery has been provided. I've also had a chance to discuss this matter with my client. He understands that by entering a change of plea today, that he first will be waiving his right to have his case presented to the grand jury, as well as he will be waiving certain constitutional rights by entering a guilty plea today, and no threats or promises have been made in order for him to do so, Your Honor.
All right.
Gathright, how old are you?
Mr. Gathright, how old are you?
57.
How far did you go through school?
12.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
Yes.
What have you taken?
I'm on blood, not blood, but high cholesterol and what's the other one?
For a medical condition?
High cholesterol.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental?
For a medical condition? The other one?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No.
Did you get a copy of the information that was filed in this case?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about it?
No, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to have your case presented to the grand jury for them to decide whether or not to indict you?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that right with Mr. Watson?
Yes, sir.
And are you going to wait?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Sign right there.
Your Honor, I witnessed the defendant sign the waiver of indictment. Mr. Watson and I have
And I'll
signed.
accept the waiver of indictment. Now, before I accept your guilty plea, I need
All right, I'll
to
accept the
determine
waiver
that
of
you know and
indictment. Now,
understand
before I
the
accept your due,
constitutional rights
determine
of
that you know and understand the constitutional rights that you'll be waiving, consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question, then stop me, or if you want to talk to Mr. Watson some more, let me know and I'll give you more time. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes, sir.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine those witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, then I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come here and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you file an appeal, you have the a constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you could not afford to copy those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty here today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of your rights?
No, sir.
Do you still want to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by pleading guilty to this felony that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control?
Yes, sir.
Having weapons while under disability is a felony of the 3rd degree. It carries a maximum prison sentence of 36 months and a maximum fine of $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty to the forfeiture specification, you're voluntarily giving up any right you would have to the item listed. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you presently on post-release control to the parole authority?
No, sir.
Do you understand your felony conviction prevents you from owning or possessing a firearm?
Your felony conviction prevents you from owning.
Okay, yes, yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand if a prison term is imposed in this case, you might have to serve a period of post-release control as part of your sentence for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes, sir.
If you are placed on post-release control and violate any conditions, a parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If that violation is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And then if that happened, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be either 12 months or the time left under post-release control, whichever is more. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes, sir.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 36 months. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, has anybody promised you that I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No, sir.
Do you understand I do not have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk with Mr. Watson before pleading guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice he has given you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No, sir.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Ms. Bell, if the case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Had this matter proceeded to trial, the state would have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that on May 28th, 2024, Matthew Gathright was the driver of a vehicle stopped by the Willowick Police Department in Willowick, Lake County, Ohio. As a result of that stop, the vehicle was searched and a loaded Smith & Wesson SD-40 BE was found under the driver's seat. The defendant admitted that there would be a loaded gun underneath that seat. The firearm was sent to Lake County Crime Lab and was confirmed to be operable, and the defendant was previously convicted of attempted kidnapping in the Cuyahoga County Common Police Court, case number CR08-516774, dated June 17th, 2009.
All right, Mr. Watson, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gathright, did you hear what Ms. Bell said? The facts would show if the case went to a trial.
Yes.
Are those facts true?
Yes, sir.
What's your plea to having weapons under disability, a felony 3?
Yep, guilty.
What is your plea?
Guilty.
And what is your plea to the forfeiture specification?
Guilty.
Mr. Watson?
This is just the main court. We went over it earlier, except this copy was filled in. So we had a different copy, so it's the same stuff we went over, okay? So I need you to sign it right here and put today's date. Today's the 29th, 29/24. Put your signature here. That's all right, put your signature here. We're gonna cross that out and put the date there. Just put a line through that. Put today's date, 29/24.
defendant sign the written plea of guilty. Mr. Wachenheim signs.
Gathright, is this your signature on the written?
Gathright, is this your signature on the written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
We'll accept the written plea of guilty. Defendant was present. Mr. Watson advised of all of his rights, made a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of those rights. He understands the nature of the charge and consequence of his guilty plea and the maximum penalty. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. Will accept his plea of guilty and find him guilty of having weapons under disability of felony 3 and the specification. I'm going to refer this for a pre-sentence report. Sentencing will be October 16. 9 a.m. and the bond is continued. Anything else, Ms. Bell?
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Watson?
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
I'm gonna walk you over to probation. Does he need any paperwork?
Nope, I just had to remember that.
Alright, I'm gonna walk you over. This is just our new address. I know you've been in the office, but I'm just letting you know, so. There you go. Now, it's a little bit farther out than I thought, which is fine. We're gonna go over to probation. You just have to fill out a few sheets of paper. You're gonna set up a time to meet with your probation officer. I'll talk to you as we're walking this place. But, I don't expect any issues. We're gonna talk well before October 16th, kind of go over what to expect, okay? So, meet me right outside the hallway there. Oh, yeah, that's your desk.
have seen this first chair right here.
We literally don't have anybody.
That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
That's good. This one right here?
Yeah, either side, yeah.
Either side.
Well, you have to sit back there?
Yeah, if you want to sit right there, you guys can talk.
Right here?
Ma'am, just, yeah, right there.
No, I think I pitched in there, so I can, I'll do that. And I know that, I'll pitch there, I know. It was just hearing when I was laying in that cell. crack, my back is broken. I can't catch this one. And this one way too low. It's like not even like top. It's like, it hurt. It's been wild, man. So, you have to go to the nurse, go to get some top or something like that. Oh, really? I just haven't worked. Okay. But I was just trying to, what is that? What's that? That's called a kite. Okay. It's not kite. It's on my bed. Something like that, whatever. Yeah. Don't forget some top. I haven't been nursing like that. I think it's time for the days that they're here. The nerves. The nerves problem. She ain't no exercise and nothing. No, I try and exercise. Just sleep, just eat and sleep. That's all you can do. Watching TV, but not enough. Someone still with me. That's not what I do. No, that one is the visual on the inside. It's a spider. I got mosquitoes. They don't have mosquitoes on that side. Yeah, I seen the spiders, but they've been outside though. Yeah, if something visual was a spider. It says all days, I don't know. Oh, I don't know why I would call you on the crack. I can almost guarantee you it's not flying. It's on the net. You'll see the gnats. The gnats come up the sewer. I called a month, the treatment center. So it said they always actually don't pay us, so they recommended you do it for patient treatment. That's closest to the house. They recommend whatever they recommend as far as treatment, just, it is what it is, just. Definitely going down the road. Yeah, definitely not down the road. So, how's your alcohol? Well, I mean, this is all the things that I kind of left on the people's voice. So I'm just throwing out any reasonable option. I don't know if it's so good with alcohol monitoring. You're gonna do a little ankle bracelet.
There is.
There is a program.
Yeah.
So if we have it.
I think you have to pay for that yourself. It's not, but yeah, but I have seen people, with them, so, right.
So that's an option. My thing is you put all options on. This game is a game of chess, not checkers. Right. It's definitely a game, because that alcohol problem is sensitive to the point where it don't even want you, it'll go off if you go in a bar, because it'll pick up all the alcohol from you. And it definitely picks it up coming through your skin. So you have to be, very. Yeah, do what you gotta do. P.O.P. That's what she gotta drink. That's what she gotta drink. P.O.P. Right. Okay, Mom, what's up? Right, I thought you was giving me an acronym for something, just plain old pop. I'm telling her what it is. Yes, pop, drink some pop. Non-alcoholic beverages. Yeah, he's on, I'm all. Richard, he said you have to interview. That's the other thing. was supposed to go to Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday before I came here. I had an interview, I'm gonna just go over in a minute though. Buffalo Wild Wings. Dang, huh? Yeah, I mean, I can see how I can see that. I don't see the reason. Oh, I do, every 2 years at least. Well, my prescription hasn't changed. Oh, well, don't make no difference. Because I just get more updated frame and everything else. Sometimes those yards and stuff like that, that's your body nervous. Yep. I was just taking a nap. I was sleep, they probably over here for 12:30. I was knocked out on me. I don't know how you sleep like that myself. What? How she sleeps. Yeah, I sleep a lot. You do? Oh, yeah, I sleep. Sleep. I'm out. Back in the day, they used to call that lazy. For my generation. They still call it that. They still call it that. They call it that. Yeah, I didn't sleep though. When you wake up early, you're at 5:30, almost 6 for breakfast. And then you don't need lunch till like 11:30. And I sleep all that. You don't eat breakfast? Yeah, I eat breakfast. Just bread and butter. Yeah. No, I'm not doing any of that activities. I'm wild. To Jackie's, I'm coming to the Blue, I'll go to the park just to walk through maybe. But you know, I gotta do homeless. I got a kid in homeless, birthday party Sunday. So Sunday I'll be cooking. And then Monday I'm get nervous it's Monday. And you want me to bring some things to all that. So, yes, Lord. So I'll do, so I'm here as Sunday. And then Monday, nervous starts at 2. So I'll be over here. But I'll not be on tonight. I'm not gonna be tonight or Friday. Oh, cool. All of those events, but then,
Oh, well.
Hey.
Hey guys, how are you? Shake your head, right?
Yeah, I've been leaving you. Did you get all my Brazilian messages?
Yeah. Only within 70 days. So this is the first hearing of probable cause that we would have a final hearing if it's the victim violation. He wants to, always wants to send to the courthouse. Be a resident for the first 60 days. I think it's a little overkill for your first violation. But it's possible that it's
You have to be a mascot and be a victim.
it, because I don't know the facility, if it's in Cuyahoga County.
It's in Cuyahoga.
Yeah, I don't know it that well. We could probably make that, if he's inclined to order residential treatment, I could ask him to give us time to find a bed available. And just sitting here until there's one available.
They have one.
How long is the program, do you know? Do you know how long the program is?
They have a 36 annual, you can stay there up to a year.
Yeah. Might be ideal if we do a 30 or 60 there.
Okay.
What's the problem with, you didn't finish? What's it?
The only thing that I
The center.
in the center, I tell you, I'm pretty sure I did, cause she asked me if we couldn't test and how it goes. And then they talking about only had a 3 clean and not the last one. I don't even think that I know, I'm not sure I did, give it to them.
Alright, well, regardless, they discharged you for some reason, so there's no reason to.
Other than that, I didn't get included. That's what they're looking for. I was supposed to go to an interview on Friday, and then I'm in here. I'm gonna go to the here. And then I'm here, other than that, all I'm listening to do is the driving, that's it.
We're just gonna get to violation, so we're just prepared to just talk about sentencing.
Is there anything that's gonna go to the court, I can get that alcohol money or something?
Yes, well, I want to argue both ways, so you prefer this, judge it, you understand, if you want treatment, our mother's here to help with.
Yeah, I could put an alcohol thing.
But it's a $4
That's good, I could do that. I could put it in, send it somewhere.
Now, he's gonna, that sentencing, we're already following the rules.
But I have followed the rule, and I never lied to my field or the IOP program, that's the only thing that, I never lied.
Yeah, your answer is, I judge, I know I didn't follow, I should smoke, I should.
I didn't smoke no weed, I only drank that was. Because the weed was when my jaw was broke, and field came and spoke to the judge, but I didn't want to take no liquor out. I explained that, that's why my field came to the judge, and they waived it, and the answer,
He's got to have Andrews May 9 and May 15, and testified.
yeah, that was when my jaw was broke. I told my field that I didn't want to, drink the liquor oxy, that's why I smoked instead.
I'll ask him about that otherwise.
Cause my field came to the.
Otherwise, it's not gonna change any, your field's back to trouble.
Yeah, he had, came in from the court for that, and talked to the judge, so I couldn't really go to jail and explain it all, and my jaw was broke.
Yeah, he mentioned something about your jaw being broken, I think, but, right, even if you're found guilty of that, it's not gonna change with the penalty. It's gonna be the same penalty.
But I don't think I need something.
So we're just gonna argue to go to alliance or universal. Yes, ma'am.
I'll make sure she gets it.
Yeah, we can do that for 60 days, 60, 90 days.
Dang, I could be tired. I said 60 days. I guess I'll take it like 8 years. You know, I'm an advocate for home treatment. Let me tell you, I'd rather see you at a treatment program any day of the week, because what it does is it gives you the opportunity, it gives your head clear, it gives you some resources, so when you're stressed and you're agitated, it just gives you options of other things to do. It puts you around people that got the same problem that you got, that's trying to get better. So, treatment, you're in a program that they're offering treatment and through incarceration. So you can't keep making light of the fact that they're giving you an option. Most people just go to prison. For what you got on the table, most people go to prison. So even though it seems harsh, if that judge said 90 days, I'll clap my hands and tell him, thank you, Your Honor, for giving her 90 days to get her stuff together. I am not gonna be upset. You might be upset, but I'm not gonna be upset, because 90 days of somebody pouring something positive into you is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. Judge, that gives you 90 days to not think about all of that crap that's out in the street that's keeping you in a bad space. They got programs that help you get into your house, there's programs in those places that help you do anything that you want to do. You have to take
gonna
All
walk you
rise.
over. This is just our new, I know you've been disability, you know that.
All right, it's 24-258 Savannah Simona. Violation of the intervention plan. The allegations are that the positive test for marijuana. May, do you understand that charge? Urine screen, positive for alcohol. July, you understand that charge? Unsuccessful discharge from the center.
Your Honor, I've talked to Silvana, she's prepared to admit the violations now. She hasn't had the opportunity to do this, so that marijuana violation, she had signed a contract with probation to allow her to use, but not just to allow her to use the marijuana, but to not violate her for that, so long as she did catch the violation. That's how that comes back.
All right, so you're admitting the violation?
Your Honor, thank you for talking to some chambers. I've had the opportunity now from others in the background, she could fill, apparently, so we, and that other continuity, contact, call upon, I know that probation was recommending some level of residential treatment. This is her first violation, although she didn't have any. Fortunately, it's not catching the criminal charge or something, so since it's the lesser of the violations that you're going to try to see from the time. I'd like her to have the opportunity to continue on the intervention and do. She doesn't have any felonies that I recall, but she has those prior.
But she has those prior misdemeanors. So she, if everything went well and she completed your program, she'd have a chance to jump off to a successful life. I'd recommend Your Honor a scram bracelet for that period of 30, 60, 90 days, considering that alcohol seems to be one of her bigger problems. I know it doesn't help so much with the marijuana, but they certainly can continue to test her. She's been in for 9 days now, and she's here to answer any questions you have.
All right, what about this Alliance program?
I really have to lean on Mom back.
I really have to lean on Mom back here if you're willing to hear from her, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
My name is Sharon Hammonds, and the Alliance program is a Cuyahoga County-based program, and it's located in Hollywood Avenue. They have, it's an inpatient residential drug program. It has 30, 60, 90 days, and it follows a basic 12-step program that any outpatient alcohol and substance abuse program have. They have female beds, and just based on the board recommendation, they'll be looking for a call from either her probation officer or for me. Just to say that, whatever day you guys wanted to be transferred here, the way the program works, the first 30 days, you would have, got to go through a vetting process, been in contact with, with outside public. Then she'll eventually get to a place where, she'll have visits and things like that. But it's a good program. They have sponsors, we're supposed to get sponsors and all that good stuff. So, I know a couple of people that have been through the program and been very successful. So hopefully you guys will let her go. And the other option that I heard, was the alcohol bracelet. I'll be prepared to make sure that she pays for that. If that's an option.
What's it called, Alliance?
What's it called, Alliance?
Alliance, ALLIANT, and the phone number for that program is.
Got this, Derek?
Got this, Derek?
I'm sorry. I left it on your voicemail. I think I left it on your voicemail. Did you? Okay. I will get that to you. Lion Treatment Facility. Lion Treatment Facility. The number is 217-417-666. You just ask for Centennial number, and there's a secondary number of 216-484-3479.
All right, thank you.
What do you have to say?
What do you have to say?
I agree with whatever you would like me to do, Your Honor. I'm trying to better myself. I know I messed up, but I know I could do better, and I definitely will be showing you that I can. 60.
All right, I'm gonna keep you on the intervention.
All right, I'm gonna keep you on the intervention plan.
We give you 39 days in jail.
I'm gonna give you 39 days in jail with credit for 9. When
Spot is available at
a spot
Alliant,
is available at Alliant,
then you can get into
then
that
you
program.
can get into that program, and whatever days remain will be suspended.
Still no drugs or alcohol.
Still no drugs or alcohol.
As
And as
I said 6 months ago.
I said 6 months ago,
Full employment valid license.
full employment valid license, limitation of one doctor, one dentist, and one pharmacy, medication is prescribed, releases, mental health evaluation, and costs and
So,
fees. So,
When you have contact with these
Derek, when you have contact with these folks,
gotta figure out how she's gonna get.
gotta figure out how she's gonna get transported, because you're gonna go right from here to there.
I don't know if.
So I don't know if,
You may wanna check with the PD's office.
you may wanna check with the PD's office for
Transport from
some of their folks to transport.
Yeah, yes, Judge.
That would be preferable.
Yes, Judge.
Arrange that.
So if you can arrange that,
So we can do an order with the-
let me know so we can do an order with a date and time for release and transport by the PD. If not, it's gonna fall on probation, okay?
All right, anything else from anybody?
All right, anything else from anybody?
All right.
Judge, thank you for your patience.
All right.
All right, we're adjourned.
So you're gonna go over there and you'll
So
get
30
released.
days?
Well, you'll get released as soon as you're better. So, giving you 30 days.
No violation in jail.
And how long are you, well, if they, as soon as they can get you and call and get the bed, then that's what you're about.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, so just do a year on higher levels of vision and then she'll come back.
Okay.
So she still can get the case dismissed.
Okay, but she just, so how long of the program are you recommending, are you asking?
It's where they'll assess her and figure out what she can do.
Oh, yeah, that's
So if they come back and say 30, that would be ideal for her.
Right.
If she needs more, she's got to.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you. And nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Okay, I think I've talked to you a couple times.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
can email the table, pass it on. Yeah, I'll call them. Can you, CC me on the email? That way he knows, that way I just keep knowing. It's okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have the keys.
It's not, I was
I just want to see your keys.
I was just getting ready to, call.
For
I was just getting ready to call and say, hey, if anything's gonna be up with that girl, I got the key. No, you just wanna sit on the floor in the second row? Good, sir. Yeah, just right there. Okay, buddy. It's all right.
You look good.
You talked to Lynn yesterday? Yes. What did she say?
They're gonna continue with the outpatient treatment and choose my classes and everything.
Yeah. Okay.
She sent an email to Chuck, to the lawyers, she spoke to them yesterday after.
Yeah.
Supposedly they're gonna come in, I don't even know what so far, but either way, I'm continuing treatment after this.
Yeah.
But regardless what they decide,
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you for it.
You got it, no problem. Well, fellow, then I'll do anything.
I appreciate it, sir. Hope I can help you out more once I'm done with this.
Yeah, when you're done with this, yeah.
It's 11 minutes too hot up there.
I know, I'm in the same condition, but same
It's hot.
I try not to look to the window because you're depressing to see people whatever.
Yeah. It's so beautiful, but it's scorching up there.
Yeah, keep my mind out of it.
I feel that.
I mean, I've traded for scores, trust me.
Right. I believe you.
I mean,
Yeah.
and she, called, I was about to call her, and they picked me with her.
Yeah. I was on the phone with her on the way here, and I was like, hey man, are you in the house? She's like, yeah, I got you moving there, girl?
And she was cleaning this morning.
Yeah. I helped her with the invoice, but
She said, yeah, she told me this morning.
it was streamlined and everything. She was like, man.
That's what I was trying to tell her, most of it.
Yeah.
They just better before you just get put in there and just.
Yep. Dude, I walked, I did the FaceTime, and I did the thing on my phone.
I walk that out every morning about.
Yeah, now she's got it, so it's good.
I leave it to the step by step.
Did she tell you what she built out?
Yeah.
Dude,
That's my own client.
Dude, that's crazy. That's awesome. That's a good little business.
Well, we started on this over.
I know, dude, that's crazy. It's awesome.
Sure.
Yeah.
Years ago, but.
It is what it is.
She would put it.
Better like the number.
Yeah.
Be good. Oh, I'll have to see if I can stuff. I'm all over.
have 2 more new customers, but she just got 2 more buildings in Cleveland.
Yeah, I told her my daughter worked part-time.
She's probably will eventually.
Yeah, I know.
Once I get out of
I
it,
said
I'll
part-time.
get out. No, if you're done.
How's it,
And we need some reliable.
Oh, dude, good luck.
But yeah.
Help these days, oof. It's
For mom back to work this morning, she's supposed to have the.
Oh,
she
mom?
slept in, yeah.
Oh, nice, that's good.
No, she didn't help her.
She's not gonna help her?
No, her mom slept in till noon.
So that's why. Gonna help her.
She said she would, but. That's why I was big in with it. Nothing, she quit her job in March and she was on for us for the next 5 months.
Well.
She saw the business was doing well, so she was running it for. Literally, that's what she said.
Oh my God.
And I'm over here, my girl's busting now.
She's killing it, from what I heard. I don't talk to her a couple times, but.
I talked to her 5, 6 times.
Oh, I know.
I went to like 5,000 phones.
Yeah. That's such a message.
But I helped her, so as long as she was fine, I was fine.
Yeah, that's good.
She got a little anxiety, so they were talking down in the morning.
Yeah.
She gets freaked out, so.
Freak out a little bit. No, I text her, I say, hey, how you doing?
She said, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Our friends were left and right, so.
Dude, peace out.
Sit there.
You're online and get rid of them. The bad ones.
Yeah, I mean.
The older you get, the less you have with friends.
I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies.
It's true. It's good. I like it.
Always good by this, but I have a 4 good one then.
Oh, yeah. It's rare. Larry said, good luck. He's working like an animal. He can't make it.
I know, you always do.
Yeah, he's feeling organs. He's like, I'm so slammed. Couldn't even talk to him. All right, bye.
It is good, it keeps you busy.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanna be busy then, now you should do.
I've never had that issue. I'm slow on all this stuff. It's good at one. How's the food? Good, man.
You know how I cook, so.
It's all bad now.
I guess some good days, there's like 1 or 2 trees decent.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you know, people pick out the timing is, they feed you clean at 4, so.
Yeah, trying to get you guys to lose weight.
No, they try to make you lose conversation, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, people freak out on you, like, oh, I lost 20 pounds, I ate some soup, so like, oh, it should be good. Like, you
Yeah.
should be happy about
Those
it.
soups are not good for you.
The soda, there's one guy in my pot, he's 2 or 3 a night.
Oh. Dude, my daughter gets that shit.
I can't, no, his stomach's bloated from like 2 or 3 a night.
Yeah, I don't eat it. I make ramen with it, but I don't use the package.
You didn't know this, but. He said it was bad, because lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks, I was like, it's good, just keep going.
Yeah, drink the water.
You see the soup.
Intimidating walk around.
You know what I mean?
No.
So,
I drove by it. Where do you go over? Grew up in Lily.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm close.
yeah, no, you got about 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. Local too?
I grew up in Whitman.
Oh, okay. You're right there then.
And lived for over 20 years and came back and worked narcotics and was kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're busy then.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time in Painesville.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He helped a lot.
Yeah. I know it sounds racist, but it is. It's crazy out there.
I don't come up here.
I don't either. I fish under the bridge. It's really good steelhead fishing. Besides that, a lot of homeless people.
I'm still waiting for the steelhead to smoke up here.
Oh, that's right, dude. I'll get you some. I only caught 450, so I didn't really have any spare last year, so.
No, for you.
I throw them all back. I get lazy. I only carry them out of the river and clean them and then bring them. It's a lot of work, but.
My brother fished.
Yeah, I do too, but right now it's a little crappy because it's just real hot. Yeah, it's awesome. It's my favorite fish.
They were fighting even late in the year.
Oh yeah, you do the fall raw where you go out in the winter. Man, that's brutal, but it's fun.
Not even on a walleye and shit.
I love all that.
It's great.
It's good. You like fish? Yeah, I thought you did. Fish too. The last time I went king salmon fishing. Dude, that's my favorite. We went out there, we paid like $500 for 5 of us. Yeah. For a big charter, and we took us out to get all equipment, and they actually filleted the fish too. Oh, that's cool. I came back with 30 pounds of salmon. Oh, that stuff's the best. King salmon's my favorite fish. Fresh. Yeah, another farm. You at a restaurant? Farm, like, that's not good. Because they have a farm or a wild. Yeah. The restaurant farm.
Yeah, a lot of the ones in the store are farming.
They are. Catch them in the lake.
I never knew when it came to steelhead fish, I never really steelhead fish, bass fish and stuff. I never realized that people literally come from.
Do they come from Michigan, all over the United States?
One time I worked the road before I retired and started doing this.
Yeah.
I went down to, you probably people who live Mason's Landing.
Oh yeah, I've been all over that place.
Fruman Road.
Oh yeah.
Went down to the one and there's, guys, little charter.
Oh, that's Sugar River Outfitters. They run down these rafts.
No, that was from Maryland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, brought pieces down here.
This is Steelhead Alley in this area. Yeah. It's crazy. I have 2 guides that I'm going out this year. I've never had people ask me. I'm like, yeah, I can guide you. And I'm like, they're like, what do you want to charge? I'm like, $450 for 6 hours. I'm already going to be out there, so I'm like,
I was amazed at how far,
Oh, it's nuts.
Like people literally take like vacation in like October.
Yeah, to Ohio in the winter. Like, what are these people crazy?
Come here and fish.
Ohio in the winter?
Yeah, I was like, jeez.
You haven't caught a steelhead, huh? Don't try.
No, I caught a couple.
Yeah.
But it was actually not out of the river. They had come up a little drainage ditch.
They will come up everywhere.
They actually came in. When I was working the road, the guy who was the manager at the landfill out here.
Okay.
I knew, so he gave me permission to fish the ponds at the dump.
Nice.
And they were
Don't eat those fish.
They were full of bass, but one time we went out there early, like in March.
Yeah.
And they had made it up this 2-3 foot wide thing all the way from the lake.
They probably big fish too.
Yeah, they caught like 3 of them. They were like,
I don't know how you hang under 12 inches.
6 pounds.
Yeah, they're monsters.
Yeah.
But my record's like 19 for 27 in one day.
Yeah,
that's a busy day.
But that thing, like I said, that little creek is only about 2.5 feet wide.
It's crazy.
But when it was up, obviously, and it's probably,
they cruise up quick.
It's probably a quarter mile from the lake.
Yeah.
To get from the lake up to the pond that's there.
Yeah, it's crazy. Those fish are nuts. They're strong as hell. It's nuts. This last year there was tons of really shiny ones, which means they come straight out of the lake and they shoot up the river. They were really far up the river. They were fresh. It was insane. It was a big year last year. Everybody I know. You fisherman?
Oh
yeah. It's like the winters I just fish. I don't do anything. Are you a fisher lady?
I'm from like the Ozarks, and so.
Wow. We'll have to take a trip there.
Where?
I don't know.
Are you going like Lake
The Ozarks,
Ozarks,
that's
or
it.
yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't
I'm flying back tonight for tomorrow. Anyway.
Well, do you have anywhere to recommend?
Well, so I'm on like the Lake of the Ozarks. So what I was gonna say, like crappies for us was like this big.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
So fine. I'll just sit on that side. You're fine.
And like little perch, and here we moved here, and the perch are huge.
Perch are massive here.
But they're like this big. Like we were happy to catch just little itty bitty perch. And
yeah, now you catch
and
one here.
it's
You're
not
like, what is this thing?
Yeah, they're like those perch. I'm like, there's no way that's perch. That's not what I grew up with.
Yeah. Perch are awesome.
We're always crappie fished.
Yeah,
off the
there's
dock.
a lot of crappie here too.
Really?
Tons of them.
Yeah, we would just go on our dock, and there'd be a crappie bed underneath our dock, and that's just what we did.
Mosquito Lake is big for crappie.
Where's that? Is that out here?
Do you know where Mosquito Lake is at?
Yes.
How far? Where's it?
It's in Trumbull County.
Trumbull. Okay.
It's from here. It's right out about an hour drive.
Yeah. Gladys.
Yeah. Just
yeah. What's up? Yeah. I was like,
it sits between Route 45 and 46.
Yeah. I was telling her that crappie.
45's what, Austinburg?
Yeah.
And then where's 46?
It's the next one over. So, like, I mean, the easiest from here, we always just go, if you go 86 south to when it hits into 322.
Oh.
And then make a left and take 322 over to Route 45.
Okay.
That's it, right in Orwell out there.
Okay.
And then you make a right on 45, and then when you get to Route 88, actually cuts across the north end of the lake right there, and there's boat ramps on either side of the 88 causeway there.
I've been to Dairy Queen in Orwell once. That's all I've been to.
It's a hike.
Yeah. I used to work out in Jefferson like once a day, or once a week.
Yeah, Jefferson.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to work at a bar there on Friday nights. Anyway. We want to put word.
If I had a
Yeah, like 3 years from now.
All rise.
We're before the court this afternoon, Your Honor, in the matter of the state of Ohio versus Mellon Medical, case number 23 CR 1000. The defendant is present in the courtroom with his attorney, Mr. Charles Langmatt. We're before the court this afternoon for purposes of sentencing in this matter.
Having pleaded guilty.
Defendant having pleaded guilty by way of information
To a
misdemeanor of the first degree OBI, felony of the third degree, failure to comply, and felony of the second degree felonious assault. The parties are ready to go forward, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lemak?
Thank you, Your Honor. Before you today, because Mr. Omedovic did plead guilty to the counts mentioned by Mr. Carroll. Second degree felony, felonious assault. Third degree, failure to comply, and OBI are nothing to sneeze at, joke about, or blow off as insignificant. Separately. These three separately combined are serious charges. Combined makes it even worse. Mr. Omedovic went to the bar that day. Did not drive. Did not have the intention to drive home that day. Went to have drinks, watched Browns opener. Like thousands of people did. Unfortunately, he did end up driving. The choice he made that night to get in that car was just about the worst choice he could have made that night. Alcohol, as in speaking with him, made him do something he would have never thought he would have done. And put himself and his girlfriend in the car and the public at large at risk. And he knows this. He is sorry beyond words that he ever did that and put themselves, including himself, at risk. This is not something that he would have ever thought he would have done. Including trying to get home, pulling the tire, and whatever it put him into. Back in the military, get back to safety, get back to home base. Don't stop and change the tire. Obviously, we're not in a war zone. Something triggered that in him, and he tried to get home as quick as he did. Tried to make that turn, did not make it. Thankfully, no one was around, no one else got hurt, except for his girlfriend. Nobody on the street. He's eternally, as everyone else is eternally grateful for that. She broke her wrist as a result of that accident. That's why it's a felonious assault. Serious physical harm. Thankfully, she is still with him. She loves him very much, cares very much. They own a business together, clean houses, Airbnbs in the area. She's with him still. She wants him to come home. She understands what he did was wrong. She also understands, as he does, that this is not happening again. The choices he made that night because of drinking. It wasn't a rational decision. A person in a rational state of mind. He was drunk. He made that decision to drive while he was drunk. You heard it a million times. Solution for him. I'm not drinking anymore. That was his last day of drinking. Hasn't touched a drop since. And he intends to never touch a drop for the rest of his life. He's got some mental health issues with the PTSD he suffered from serving in Iraq. 4 tours, 03 to 08, I mean, in the Marine Corps. That takes a toll. It took a toll on his mental psyche. There are issues that come up. Unfortunately, not uncommon. These things that happen to veterans returning from the combat area. He will need to deal with that as best he can. But alcohol is not going to play a role in that. Medication, as well as other ways, which may or may not be an option going forward. But it has to be addressed. You can't self-medicate with alcohol. As if this wasn't enough to dissuade him from drinking again. His father did recently pass away in February of this year from alcohol-related causes. So that's if you needed any more reasons, that's thrown on top. So This is not going to happen again. And in a show of support, his girlfriend also sworn oath fell. So it's not like there could be scenarios where he's drinking a Pepsi and she's having a,
They're both
tequila.
supporting each other.
They're both supporting each other, both with each other. They both want to move forward in a positive way. Both want to start a family. Both want to be better people. Be there for each other and for a hopeful family down the road.
I know with the second degree felony,
there's a presumption for prison.
Mandatory, but more likely.
It's not mandatory, but more likely than not.
We hope that Your Honor can see that.
We hope that Your Honor can see that Mr. Ramedovic, since this incident, has changed, has decided to take his life in a different direction. Taken this tragedy and turned it into a positive direction to move from. Just as easy as said, screw it, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Who cares? It's not my problem. I don't have a problem. Drinking's not the issue. It's that dang tree that got in the way. It's not what he did. He took responsibility. Took responsibility immediately at the site.
Told him what he did.
Was cooperative with the police officers. Told him what he did. He was remorseful from the moment they had contact with him. Wasn't hiding, wasn't lying, didn't get out, didn't run, didn't avoid anything. He owned it. He knew what he did, and he knew it was wrong. Your Honor,
Mr. Ramedovic is profoundly sorry.
Mr. Ramedovic is profoundly sorry, and he'll tell you himself. This is not something that's going to happen again. This is not a position he's going to put himself in or anyone else around him. And he's not going to risk anyone else's safety.
Well, I never know that, right?
Well, I never know that, right?
I mean,
As much as we can know anything, I can't predict the
I mean,
future.
he's got a prior OVI, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that
he
either thought at the time or conveyed to whatever court he was in that wasn't gonna happen again, right? So.
That's only worth so much.
That's only worth so much.
Right, and I don't know what he said to that court.
I don't either, but.
He could have said that. I mean, it's a common thing that you hear, but it'll never happen again. But unfortunately, this was obviously much more serious, and it brought forth the reality of the dangers. 9 out of 10 OVIs, somebody gets pulled over and they're drunk and they get arrested, and that's that. Most of them aren't in accident. Most of them, nobody gets hurt. You don't see the possibility of the consequences. Sometimes you might even excuse it, like, I wasn't that drunk. You know, sure I lowered the level, but I was fine. This is unfortunately a contrast to that. He saw the possible outcomes. He saw how things could go from I'm just a little tipsy to now somebody's seriously injured.
No, I can't predict the future any more than.
No, I can't predict the future any more than anyone else can. But in speaking with him, and the fact that he hasn't had a drop of drink since then, guarantee anything. One day at a time, every day. You're an addict in recovery. It's not like you got a line in the sand. Once you get past that date, everything's fine. You can do whatever you want. It's the rest of his life. He knows this.
I hear sincerity.
But I hear sincerity in his voice. I hear him talk, and he was telling me, this is what you need to tell the judge, exactly the same way. I'm coaching you, telling you what to say, telling you how to say it. Just tell him what's going on, tell him where you're coming from. That's what he's gonna do. No, I can't guarantee it, but I'd be willing to put down some money. I mean, this guy, I believe him. He's sincere. He's got reasons to be sincere. He saw. He got a glimpse of the ugly that it could be, the danger that could be, not just to himself, but give what he loves. Random innocent people he doesn't even know. By the grace of God, nobody was around. We thank him for that. But sometimes that violent shake awake is what really wakes you up. And I think that's what we have here. You would ask that you would give serious consideration to community control. Allow him, I know he has, his girlfriend is here, he has friends, people that are helping him get involved in the VA. My understanding is he has a bed available for him. We would even understand
Until that bed is open?
him remaining in jail until that bed is open. We could get confirmation on that pretty soon. So we would ask that you take that into consideration, Your Honor, in your sentencing.
Mr. Ametovich, what do you want to tell me? Thank you, Mr. Ametovich, what do you want to tell me?
Your Honor, before anything, I just want to apologize to everybody.
Your Honor, before anything, I just want to apologize to everybody that I put engaged in the day, and especially my girlfriend, because I pride myself always in helping people. That's why I joined Marine Corps. My action hurt somebody. I cannot forgive myself to this day. That day I made plans to be safe, and I told him to be safe, and my biggest mistake was that I thought that I can include alcohol in my plans. That was the biggest mistake I could have. I was dropped off to bar, I thought I'm not gonna drive, and alcohol still took a turn. I took medication the night before, and I don't remember anything after that, and that's not an excuse, because I still chose, it was my choice to introduce alcohol to my plans that day, and I know that that was the worst thing possible I could have done. I see my grandpa died from alcohol, my dad ruined my mom's life, and I cannot believe that I'm just doing the same thing, putting the same exact position that my dad put in. She's going to run out because of me. I'm sorry, I never thought I had a problem. I always blew it off, you know. It's just, I'm a Marine, I can handle it. But the day on September 11th, when I woke up in the jail and they told me that my girlfriend broke her wrist, it was the worst day. That's the first day in my life that I actually admitted that I have a problem. It's the first time I actually said that I'm an alcoholic. And I am. And to this day, I'm always going to be one. Like, no matter what, 10 years down the road, I'm always going to be alcoholic and always going to be in recovery. And I plan to do that for the rest of my life. I seen my dad passed away. Literally, he moved away from my family to keep drinking because he picked it alcohol over my family, over me, over my mom, and he ended up passing away from alcohol in February. And I don't want to do that for my family. I'm already hurting him. I already hurt my girlfriend, and if I could take it back, I would take it all the way back, but I can't. And all I can do is be better from that day. Today is my 355th day sober, and it's going to continue every single day. All I can do is take it one day at a time. I already requested the bed for inpatient treatment, and also looking actively right now for sober house after the treatment. Because I need that. I need the help. Because obviously, I have no control over it. It's alcohol too. It got best of me. I wish I never touched that substance in my life. I don't get in trouble every time I have alcohol. I don't get in trouble every time I have alcohol, but every time I've been in trouble, when I think back, he was always involved, and always got best of me. And I don't understand why I keep going back, and that's why I requested treatment, because I need to take this devil off my back. And every time I think I got it, like I quit drinking before for a few years, it would slowly come back creeping up because I just never really took a treatment. I just thought I got it, I can do it on my own. It's just alcohol, but it's not. It's a disease, and I know I'm affected by it every single day. And every day I wake up, I wishing something different happened on that day, but then I chose, and I can't blame anybody else but me. I chose to put the alcohol in my plans, in my body, and it made me do what I did, and it just hurts that my actions hurt another person. That's the first time that I actually did something like that. I can't get over it. Every day I go to bed, I think about it. I can't get over it. Every day I go to bed, I think about it. Every day I wake up, I think about it day, and I wanna apologize again. I wanna apologize again. I just cannot. I never want to touch this. I want to be needed. Me and my girlfriend talked about it, and she decides to be sober. We have a sober house right now, just to support me, and I still want to apologize to her for putting in the situation, because I really care about it. Me hurting somebody that I care. You know, even anybody I don't even know people. I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to help people. And this is breaking me. It really is.
I need help, man. I messed up, I really do, but I hope I can get another chance to show everybody that I am not the person that was just alcohol with me. And
Well, you've got two OVIs.
Well, you've got two OVIs in the past, right?
yes, Your Honor.
One, I think, in 10 and one in 22. 22 and 2.
I think it's just one
The
to
one
10
in
and then this.
2010.
Your Honor.
What?
I know.
We're checking the PSR, Your Honor, but I believe. We're checking the PSR, Your Honor, but I believe it's. You might be referring to 2010. You might be referring to
2010
driver's suspension. We're looking.
I see a Wycliffe, driver under suspension.
Yeah,
Okay.
just,
All right, why was your license suspended?
I actually forfeited because I was having issues with my PTSD and I had some episodes, so I never really renewed it. It wasn't for like a driving or like points, just never renewed it.
What's your drug use in the past?
I haven't, not really like any drug use. I was using, I have a prescription for marijuana, but that was from 2020 because I was just using it to, be honest, I really don't.
What other drugs have you used in the past? An awareness of what, not only the alcohol, but what the drugs do, right?
You've lived on
Yes, Your Honor.
Mildred for 5 years.
You've lived on Mildred for 5 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Mildred is off of East 305.
Mildred is off of East 305th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you've lived in that area for 5
And if
years.
you've lived in that area for 5 years, you know how busy that street is, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
That street
From Route 2 back to.
from Route 2 back to
Gebhardt and Arnold sometimes.
Gebhardt and Arnold sometimes is backed up, right?
Head south.
Waiting
Yes, sir.
to head south. You know how busy that street
You were
is.
going upwards of 75 down
And you were going upwards of 75 down that street?
Well, you
I honestly don't remember it, but if it says I
Well,
believe it, yes,
you
Your
were.
Honor. Yes,
faster
sir.
than the cops that were going about.
You were going faster than the cops that were going about 70.
How you killed nobody on that street?
How you killed nobody on that street
That's the
is
problem.
beyond me. That's the
That
problem.
you have
Yes,
is
Your Honor.
The problem that you have
put
is
yourself in a position where you don't have.
that you put
control
yourself in
over what
position
you're
where
doing.
you don't have control
You
over
don't
what
have
you're
control
doing.
over what you're doing.
When you don't have control over what you're doing,
And you're putting not only
then you're
yourself,
putting not only
not only
yourself,
your girlfriend, but everybody else.
not only your girlfriend, but everybody else that's in the
in danger
vicinity
of death.
in danger of death. That's what you're doing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
For whatever reason. you kinda
for whatever reason, okay, and you've kind of
indicated
indicated
you haven't stopped.
you haven't stopped that.
You've been to treatment before, right?
And you've been to treatment before, right?
I went to AA meetings and stuff like that. I just completed this time at
I'm
IOP.
talking about before this.
Right. I'm talking about before this.
Yes, sir.
You'd been to treatment before, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So in your situation.
In your situation,
taken
to your
steps
credit,
since this happened.
you've taken steps since this happened.
Yes, Your
That
Honor.
doesn't negate seriousness.
That doesn't
of what happened.
negate the seriousness of what happened either.
I
Right.
totally understand.
I mean,
There's two parts to this system.
there's two parts to this
Punishment, there's the rehabilitation.
system. There's the punishment, there's the rehabilitation, right?
And
Yes.
Okay.
a lot of times people
And
come in here and haven't done.
A lot of times
thing
people come in here and haven't done a thing
Since whatever incident they're here.
since whatever incident they're here for. Okay.
Sometimes they do, like you. but there's still a
Sometimes they do,
punishment.
like you, but there's still a punishment
Otherwise,
aspect.
It's meaningless.
Otherwise, it's
Goes
meaningless
75
that
miles an
somebody
hour down a busy
goes
street.
75 miles an hour down a busy street,
Otherwise,
putting people in peril. Otherwise,
it doesn't mean anything if
it doesn't mean anything if
people get a signal from the police to pull over.
people get a signal from the police to pull over and they don't do it. I mean, that goes on every day, multiple times a day. It goes on.
That puts everybody.
And that
That's what you did.
puts everybody in danger. So, I mean, that's what you did. And you did that because you put yourself in a position in order to do that.
Yes, Your Honor. was definitely my fault. I made the choice.
Right.
I can make excuses, but there's no excuse for it. I definitely made the choice to put alcohol, and then alcohol took over. That there's nobody but my choice. I totally understand it. That's why it hurts me the most that I could put that something like that. Everybody else in danger, or I just. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Anything else you want to say?
All right, anything else you want to say?
Also, since my dad passed away, my mom is living with me, and she has barely any retirement, so I take care of her and everything. So that's another thing. My actions, and it just impacted me, impacting my family members. They depended on me actually every day, and me putting myself in situations hurting them. I really just need to have a chance. I can still take care of my family, get a treatment, and get better. I mean, I just understand that I need to be punished because I deserve to be punished because I did everything you said. Even though I don't remember, I definitely did it. And I made a choice. It wasn't the right mind, but it was still my choice. And I have to live with the choice the rest of my life. I don't know how, but I will have to live with it.
You're 39, right?
Well, you're 39, right?
Assuming you,
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so assuming you
stop engaging in this
nonsense that has become the drinking
you're gonna live
issue,
a lot longer.
you're gonna live a lot longer.
Yes,
I
Your Honor.
mean, of course, if you don't stop doing this, you're not gonna live very long. You know that.
Yes, I actually, since I stopped drinking, I actually lost a lot of weight. My blood pressure, I was on medication for blood pressure, and that's why I'm off of the medication I took because it was all due to alcohol too. I was putting my body through a ringer, destroying myself, my mind, my body, instead of asking for help because I needed help, but I just didn't know how to ask for help. I never knew how to ask for help. It was always installed me as a Marine that you're stronger than anything, that you can take everything, and he just made me do this. And I need help. I see what he done to me. I feel healthier. My mind, I was always in a fog when I was in an influence. Even when I was in influence, the next day or next few days, I was always in some kind of fog. And if I stopped drinking, it just changed everything. I refocused on my family. I want to start a family. That's the reason me and my girlfriend also, she stopped drinking. I'm sorry. And because we want to have a healthy family, we want to start a family in the right way, the healthy way. So both of us took the journey, and I want to take more knowledge so I can help her too to the journey, because both of us are affected by that. No matter what happens today, Your Honor, I will continue my sobriety treatments. No matter where I go, how I get done, I will continue that and stay sober, because I can't put my family, my loved ones through this, because my dad did this my whole life, put me through it. My mom, I vowed to show my mom a better life until he was gone, and look where I'm at, all due to alcohol, and I just can't forget myself.
What years were you?
What years were you in the military?
From 2003 to 2008.
How many times did you go to?
How many times did you go to on tours to Iraq?
I did 3 tours, but my last one was a double tour. I came home for 2 weeks, and then I went right back because my friends were still over there, and they gave me an option if I'm gonna come back, so I went back over there to serve the rest of the tour.
Where in Iraq did you serve?
I did the first tour was in Baghdad, and the last 3 were in Fallujah. Fallujah and Almada. This is a small city right next to Fallujah.
Is that where the surge primarily?
Is that where the surge primarily was?
Originally when we went there, we took over Fallujah, and then I went home, and we let Army take it over, and then it got messed up again, so we had to go back again and clear the whole area. It was a crazy time. It still has effect to me. I never even treated that part of my, like I get these episodes, and finally I'm reaching out for help, and I should have done it a long time ago. But it was just instilled to me as a beginning. You're Marine, you're strong with anything, and you don't let anything affect you, and then I just carry it through life, and it was the wrong way. It's good to ask for help. Everybody needs help. And I just thought I would get, that's the reason I kept going back to drink, because I thought I have it, I got it, I'm stronger than that. And I wasn't. I never was. I never realized I wasn't in control. I was never in control. Every time I introduced alcohol, I was never in control. I thought I had everything, but I wasn't. Not once. When I think back, not once I was in control. And nothing ever good came out of it. Which I don't, that's another thing I'm mad at myself, sitting here thinking about it back. It's like, nothing good came out of it, me drinking. And I kept doing it. And it was, I grew up in Europe, so it was like, I had the first drink when I was 14 years old with my dad, and I thought that was normal. And doing to that, and it was just, joining Marine Corps, it was a badge of honor if you can drink more. And it was, now I think about it, it was just contributing to my future problems, future addiction. And I don't want to go back to that. I'm terrified going back, because this never happened to me where I didn't remember anything for that amount of time. And this is scary to me. I still cannot believe that I was behind the wheel. Even though I made all the plans, and like I said, but biggest mistake was including alcohol in the plan. That will never happen again. I know I said it before, but this cannot be part of my life. Like you said, I'm 39 years old. I want to start a family, and there's no way I can put my family through what my dad put me through, and my mom. I'm still scarred. But that's not an excuse, though, still. I should know better. I always said I don't want to be like my dad, but I'm right back in his steps, in his footsteps.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bureau? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, actually, there, I apologize. There are some people that would like to speak on it.
All right, whoever wants to talk, just state your name and tell me whatever it is you want me to know.
Mario, retired federal agent. Mario, retired federal agent, retired Lake County. Been meeting with him, defendant for a couple of months, last couple of months. Bible together and praying together. Bible together, praying together. This man is sincere. Stopped drinking alcohol. I know he's stopped drinking alcohol for 7 months. He currently is enrolled in programs with the VA. And I would ask you to allow him to continue to do that. It's really making a difference. Because it's really making a difference in his life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Carter. This is my wife, Leona. Okay. I've known Annelle for a very long time. And he's a producer, supported Annelle. I moved from Cleveland to South Carolina. Annelle was one of the only friends that actually reached out to me. And when I returned back to Cleveland, my hometown, he welcomed me, and it was like we had never met each other. He and I have become like brothers. He's accepted me as a trans man. He's accepted me as my trans man who have shut me out. He's been a great uncle to my dog Cosmo and our cat Max. My cat passed away. He reached out to me directly. FaceTime when he was in prison. We had to prison and stuff. And Annelle is the most loyal person that I know. He's honest. He's dependable. He's honest. And he's direct in the military. I was in the Navy. We're both in the military. I was in the Navy. After high school. Mel made a mistake. I don't know all his past. He made a mistake like the rest of us, but I have seen the grief in his eyes, especially when I learned that Lexi was part of that Lex accident, which I didn't know right away. So I just request that you give he's an active part of a lot of people's lives. A lot of people do depend on him, a lot of people really do depend on him and love him. Yeah, he's a great brother. He's a great brother.
Thank you.
Not great because
I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he did that. To be in prison, like this, you know? This is illegal. We can't do that. And you know, who can be the president? And I support people and always support. He is so great. He is so great. I was so happy to get him really support and really support and help. I hope that you will make decision because analysis is great part. You have to do that. To do that to the best.
Thank you.
I can go on, I'm gonna read it up. Anel has faced a tough upbringing. Enlisted in the Marines, we're now enlisted which adds to the challenges he faces. He made a mistake, but he was genuinely remorseful for his actions when my arm was broken. He ensured that our business didn't fail by attending appointments and running smoothly while I recovered. On September 10th, Anel was on medication the night before to help him sleep. He didn't realize that it would affect him like it did. Keeping him out of jail is essential for his well-being because of those who care about him. He has faced a medical condition that causes him pain in both arms and causes even more important part of remaining in support environment where he can receive appropriate care and he can receive appropriate care. It is crucial for Anel to stay out of prison for several reasons. First and foremost, he has demonstrated remarkable strength by maintaining sobriety since the accident, which speaks volumes about his commitment to personal growth and recovery. His presence is vital not only for his mother who relies on him for support and stability, but also me as I depend on. Additionally, Anel's role in my journey has been incredibly important. Since I stopped drinking September 10th, 2024, I have felt a renewed sense of purpose and clarity in my life, and Anel has been a key part of that transformation. His support and encouragement has helped me stay on track and truly believe that together we can continue to grow and improve as individuals. We are planning to settle down and start a family this coming summer, which is a significant step in our lives. The future we envision is not just about building a family, it is also about creating a supportive environment where we can both thrive and continue to be better versions of ourselves. Keeping Anel out of prison is vital for us to achieve this dream and retain the positive momentum we built together. And finally, I want to take a moment to express how important it is to have him in my life. I'm the victim in this situation and I can't change the feeling that I'm being unfairly punished for the circumstances I didn't create. He's not just a part of my life, he is my support system, the one I share and count on, my source of strength. Without him, I feel like I'm navigating a stormy sea without a compass. And the thought of facing these challenges without him by my side is incredibly daunting. I hope you can truly understand how deeply he impacts my life and how emotional toll this situation is taking on me.
Anybody else? Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Jason Modick, local business owner. Jason Modick, local business owner. I've known County. I've known now probably like 20 some years, and probably 20 some years. Just an all around good person. You know, if I ask him for help, you know, if I ask him for help, he's a phone call away, or sometimes depending on the on the way. Sometimes depending on the city I'm working in. I have very close friends that are also close friends. Very close friends that are also close friends with Anel. Appreciate him. He's always there for him. Appreciate him. He's always there for him. Doesn't really matter. He's sick or thin, doesn't really matter. He's just an all around, just a passionate, forgiving, compassionate, loyal person. That's it.
Thank you. Is that it?
I think that's all, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bureau.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, based on the defendant's conduct
the record as delineated in the pre-sentence report of the defendant's criminal history and the totality of circumstances here, it is the state's position that the presumption in favor of a prison term is not overcome. Part and parcel of the agreement here, Judge, the defendant would agree to pay $173.82 to the city of Wilwick to replace the street sign that he knocked down, so I'd ask for an order along those lines. And the defendant has credit for 19 days. I believe so. Okay.
19 days.
19 days of credit for time served already. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I reviewed the pre-sentence report.
And the drug and alcohol evaluation.
And the drug and alcohol evaluation, I received two victim impact statements from Ms. Michalski. And I've listened to what Mr. Ahmetovic has had to say, what those in support of him have had to say here today. Listen to Mr.
Langmack and Mr. DePiro.
Langmack and Mr. DePiro, and considered the recommendation of the probation department in this matter. And as you know, Mr. Ahmetovic
there's a presumption on the felony.
There's a presumption on the felony 2 that a prison sentence be imposed in this case, unless that presumption is overcome at this hearing. Now you're,
I guess your stroke of luck here.
I guess your stroke of luck here, if there is a stroke of luck, is that you're still alive.
Your girlfriend's still alive.
Your girlfriend's still alive.
Everybody that you passed.
Everybody that you passed.
305 is still.
305 is still alive.
And that you don't have an aggravated vehicular assault.
You don't have an aggravated vehicular assault charge as a result. And Mr. Langmack knows the significance of that, as well as Mr. DePiro. So
the question is, what's the appropriate punishment?
The question is, what's the appropriate punishment for what you did? Okay, and I understand Ms. Michalski's position. She has made clear in her statement here today and in her victim impact statements what her wishes are as far as the sentence is concerned. And I certainly place a great deal of weight on that, but that's not the beginning and the end. Okay, that's just the beginning. There's a lot of other things to consider.
So you come here.
And
pre-sentence report makes clear.
Pre-sentence report makes clear where you came from.
When you came here. What you did
when you came here. What you did when you came here.
Admirable.
Okay, that's admirable. Okay, where you came from and when you got here and what you did is admirable. Very admirable.
You have to take responsibility for what
you have to take responsibility for what you did in this case. So the question becomes, what's the appropriate punishment to hold you responsible for what you did? Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to find that you have overcome that presumption. I'm going to place you on community control for 5 years. You're going to serve 139 days in the jail.
You're going to serve 139 days in the jail with credit for 19.
You're to have no drugs or alcohol.
You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened.
So as it stands now, you're in jail now.
So as it stands now, you're in jail now because of the marijuana. Okay? You can't have it.
Yes, Your Honor, I totally understand. That was my mistake. I assumed that was my.
All right, I'm just making it clear. So,
Mr. Langmack, I believe you told me.
Mr. Langmack, I believe you told me that there's some provisions made for inpatient at the VA. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
After you complete your jail sentence,
After you complete your jail sentence, you're going to enter into
treatment, inpatient treatment at the VA.
treatment, inpatient treatment at the VA
Drugs and
for both
alcohol, mental health.
drugs and alcohol and for mental health.
Engage
You're
in
gonna
that treatment and complete that treatment.
engage in that
Follow
treatment, you're gonna
recommendations.
complete that treatment, you're gonna follow the recommendations that were made.
After you complete that program.
After you complete that program,
Remain linked
you're
with
gonna
the VA
remain
aftercare
linked with the
treatment.
VA for aftercare treatment. You're also gonna enter a sober living facility for a minimum of 6 months.
Follow that program, follow those.
And follow that program and follow those recommendations. You're to attend at least 3 AA meetings a week
Obtain a sponsor.
and obtain a sponsor.
Sign releases of probation.
You're gonna sign releases so probation can get your records.
Pay restitution in the city of Willowick.
Pay restitution in the city of Willowick, Mr. DePiero, 173.82?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 173.82.
Pay the cost and supervision fees.
You're gonna pay the costs and supervision fees associated with this case.
As far as the terms, Ms. Randazzo.
As far as the terms, Ms. Randazzo, any other
Nothing further,
applicable
Your Honor.
terms?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Also gonna suspend your driver's license.
I'm also gonna suspend your driver's license for 7 years.
You understand the terms?
Do you understand the terms?
Questions about the terms?
You have any questions about the terms? Okay.
If you violate the terms, the state will file. a
If you
motion
violate the
to
terms, the state will file a motion to terminate
control, and if they find
your
you
community
violated,
control, and if I find you violated, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. DePiero, you face
11 up to 15 years.
11 up to 15 years as a maximum number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. A definite.
That's correct, Your Honor.
A definite minimum of 11 up to a maximum, indefinite maximum of 15 on the high end. You understand that? Okay, because if you don't
Comply, it tells me I did the wrong thing.
comply, it tells me I did the wrong thing here today. And then there's only one answer for it. Anything else as far as?
The license suspension of 7 years.
The license suspension of 7 years applies to count 2, the failure to comply. Is that right, Your Honor?
Yes.
And then as to the mandatory license suspension on the M1 OVI of 1 to 3 years.
3 years.
And then as to the mandatory
Fine, how much is 13 or
On the OVI
375?
charge.
Yeah.
On the OVI charge, that's count 1, 3-year license suspension and a mandatory $375 fine. You're gonna get treatment at the VA, so that'll satisfy that component of the OVI mandatory treatment.
Your Honor, you ordered the defendant is to sign releases for records. Is there also an accompanying order? They have one doctor, one dentist, one.
No.
I don't know why.
No.
So just sign
Just
releases.
the releases.
For the VA?
Whoever treats you.
For the- Whoever treats you,
Okay.
so for certain the VA, wherever you're treated,
Any records.
Okay.
if there's any records being compiled, you have to sign releases so probation can get your
And
records.
then just part and parcel.
And then just part and parcel of the agreement, Your Honor, the defendant agreed to voluntarily forfeit his right and any of the property that was in the car that the police seized and they're holding in evidence so they can get rid of it.
So by,
So,
yeah,
contraband.
that's
Okay.
by agreement for. Mr. Langmack, is there anything else?
Just a question as to the, so essentially 120 days more, is there a
Correct.
possibility for further release to the VA?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right,
All right,
you've been,
you've been
on the,
on the,
been on the destructive track here.
you've been on the destructive track here for the last
14 years.
more or less 14 years, so
Opportunity to get it right.
you got an opportunity to get it right.
All right, that's it.
All rise.
All right,
3 of those days is the mandatory OVI, right? I'll put it in there, Jeff.
Sorry.
keep seeing them.
Yeah, you're gonna come?
Yeah, I want to
Okay.
grow.
Yeah, please do, because that'll probably keep you sane.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate you saying that. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think it was appropriate. It was, and it was respected, and that's a good job for this guy. We'll see on the next one. Yes, I hope, I want to, I want to. I mean, ain't guarantee anything, but. Right. I'm pulling for that. All right, see you later, man.
I gotta go in there and make my call.
Here's your stuff.
Thank you, Roger.
Sorry about that.
You're fine, always a pleasure.
Same here, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. Thanks.
Hey, Rachel. Wow, no worries.
Keep the file organized here. Hopefully we'll never need to see it again. See you guys later.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Time for an easy one. No, see.
All rise.
Be seated. Your Honor, we're here for the plea, information hearing in the state of Ohio versus Catherine A. Blevins, case number 24 CR 906. Defendant is present in court today with attorney Nicole Novotny.
The state is moving forward today by way of information on one count, that being possession of cocaine, a violation of 2925.11a of the Ohio Revised Code, a felony of the 5th degree, and carrying a forfeiture specification. The information was filed on August 20th of this year. 3 days later, we delivered discovery to the defense. The state does understand that the defendant is today prepared to waive the indictment, withdraw her previously entered plea of not guilty, and instead plead guilty to the information as stated. There is no agreement between the parties as regards sentencing. At this point, we would ask the court to order a PSR as well as a drug and alcohol evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Novotny.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. I went over with my client the plea of guilty today with regard to the information offer as we're here for today. She's fully aware of what is in that plea, written plea agreement with that respect. And ultimately, she's going to enter into a guilty plea.
Thank you. Ms. Blevins, how old are you?
Thank you. Ms. Blevins, how old are you?
40.
How far did you go through school?
11.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court today, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
PTSD.
Are you being treated for that presently?
Did you get a copy of the information filed?
Did you get a copy of the information filed in this case?
You understand you have a right to have your case.
You understand you have a right to have your case presented to the grand jury for them to decide whether or not to indict you. You understand that?
Yes.
Did you discuss that right with Ms. Novotny?
Yes.
Are you going to waive that right?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and sign that, Nicole.
Your Honor, my client and myself have signed the waiver of indictment and handing it to the prosecutor.
Your Honor, I
have witnessed the signatures by the defense, and I have also signed the document. Approach, Your Honor.
Yep.
Okay, I'll accept the waiver of indictment.
Okay, I'll accept the waiver of indictment. Now, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. If you have a question while we're going through this, you can stop me and ask me that question, or if you want to talk to Ms. Novotny some more, you can just let me know that, and I'll give you time to talk to her. You understand that? You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine the witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, then I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you go to a trial
and you're found guilty, you have a right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you have a constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
afford to hire a lawyer,
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost. Do you understand that? If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford to copy those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of these rights?
No, I do not.
Do you still want to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charge?
Yes.
Do you understand by pleading guilty to this felony that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control?
Yes.
Now, the charge of possession of cocaine is a felony 5. It carries a 12-month maximum prison sentence and a $2,500 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty to the forfeiture specification, you're voluntarily giving up any right you would have to the items listed in the specification. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that
Do you understand that your guilty plea may result in a driver's license suspension of between 6 months and 5 years?
Yes.
Do you understand this felony conviction would prevent you from owning or possessing a firearm?
Yes.
Do you understand if a prison sentence is imposed in this case, then you might have to serve a period of post-release control as part of the sentence for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes.
If you are placed on post-release control and you violate any conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If your violation of post-release control is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If that were to occur, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 12 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, I
Has
do.
anybody promised you that I
Has
would-
anybody promised you that I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No.
Do you understand at the time of sentencing, I don't have to follow the recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes, I do.
Have you had enough time to talk with Ms. Novotny before pleading guilty today?
Yes, I have.
Has she discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes, she has.
Are you satisfied with the advice she has given you?
Yes.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No, I have not been.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
All right, Mr. Devanshi, if the case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, were this matter to proceed to trial, the state would show that on August 3rd of 2023, Mentor police officers stopped a vehicle in Lake County in which defendant was a passenger. Officers recognized the defendant as one for whom there was an open outstanding warrant. At the scene, defendant admitted that she had drugs on her person and in fact retrieved the substances from her clothing. The Lake County Crime Lab confirmed that the substance was cocaine, a Schedule II substance, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Novotny, anything to add to those facts?
Nothing to add to the fact.
Ms. Blevins, did you hear what Mr. Devanshi said the facts would show if this case went to trial?
Yes.
And are those facts true?
Yes.
What is your plea to possession of cocaine, a felony 5?
Guilty.
And what is your plea to the forfeiture specifications?
Guilty.
All right, Ms. Novotny?
Your Honor, myself and my client have signed the plea agreement and handing it to the prosecutor.
Your Honor, I have witnessed the defendant.
Your Honor, I have witnessed the defendant and her attorney sign the plea document. My signature is also there. Approach, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blevins, is this your
All right, Ms.
signature on the
Blevins, is
written
this
plea
your
of guilty?
signature on the written plea of guilty?
Sign it
Yes.
voluntarily.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
You
Yes.
accept your written
And do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes.
Accept the written plea of guilty, defendant was present.
Novotny, she was advised of
Ms.
all the
Novotny,
rights
she
and
was advised of all of her rights, made a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of those rights. She understands the nature of the charge, consequence of her guilty plea, and the maximum penalties. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. Will accept her plea of guilty and find her guilty of possession of cocaine, a felony 5, and the forfeiture specification. I'll refer this for a pre-sentence report. And a drug and alcohol evaluation. Sentencing will be October 2 at 11 a.m. The bond is continued. Anything else, Mr. Demonte?
Nothing more from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Novotny?
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
We're adjourned.
Everyone.
probation here too? Kim?
Yes, I did see Kim come in, yep. She's not gonna kick your ass, is she?
Yeah.
Is she gonna wanna kick your ass?
Well, I ain't been there, but I missed.
Okay.
Saying they go, I don't know if they gonna.
Alright, I'll make sure I keep her, keep her from,
Amen. Be a good man, be a bad man. That's all I can say about me.
Oh, God, jeez, that's so cute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, how are you? All right. I'm gonna put Russell forward. How did you get, No.
Motion to terminate was filed. 9/20, and a supplement, and another supplement. I think that's it.
All rise.
I thought we already admitted to that. All rise.
We did. Well, thank you, Your Honor. Present in the matters of State of Ohio versus Raymond Guilford, cases 21 CR 0000479, 23 CR 001221, and 23 CR 000516. The defendant is present in court. The defendant is present in court with defense counsel John Fatika. We were previously present on, I believe all cases on December 4th, 2023, where in the 23 CR 516 case, the defendant pled guilty to a lesser included offense of count 1, attempted illegal conveyance of felony of the 4th degree with an attached forfeiture specification. And then in the 23 CR 1221 case, the defendant pled guilty to count 1, failure to appear, a felony of the 4th degree in violation of revised code section 2937.99. The defendant was found guilty in both of those cases. I believe on that date, the defendant also pled guilty to a probation violation that was filed in the 21 CR 000479 cases. The court referred each case for a pre-sentence investigation and report. I don't believe that report was ever able to be completed. The state is prepared to proceed with sentencing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're prepared to
Good
resolve
afternoon,
these
Your Honor.
matters.
We're prepared to resolve these three matters as well.
All right, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. Your Honor, I'd like to highlight the fact that Mr. Guilford is 55 years old, will turn 56 next week, suffers from diabetes.
He understands that he should have.
He understands that he should have reported to probation and made his court dates. But he doesn't have any new cases. He was picked up at the store, warrant showed.
As a court to where he had a long-term struggle.
As a court to where he's had a long-term struggle with substance abuse. We'd ask you to take all those factors into consideration in resolving this.
Mr. Guilford, what do you want to tell me?
I apologize to the court for missing it, but all them court dates, between misdemeanor and this, but Mel Chesney threw it out. Well, he gave me 10 days, you know, because he said the cases kept coming back to bite me, which they was doing. They was keep coming back to bite me because every time a warrant get put out, you know, shit, I'll be, excuse me, but I'll be home walking or something, and here come the police, you know, with a warrant. I'm 55, here I go trying to run again. But I ain't gonna catch on no cases. I'm finding back with my kids. I'm doing a lot better than what I was. I ain't gonna say I'm doing 100% better, but I'm doing a lot better. I got my own place now. My kids coming to see me now. I see my mom, Kim went over there, you know, looking for me, but they had called and told me that she had came. But I knew calling and talking wasn't going to do no good because I know Craig Berry wasn't going for that. You know, I was in the catch-22 trying to take care of my mom, trying to look out for myself, and then things was going better for me. Then they put me on some new meds, and honestly, shit, they doing the job. You know, they help a lot more than what it was Crossroads. I was sneaking there too, going to Crossroads, but you know, I said I ain't catching no new cases. I wasn't doing that. I was always in the house. I was in the house more than I ever been.
But I do apologize to the courts, and I'm going to accept.
But I do apologize to the courts, and I'm going to accept my responsibility. And I appreciate you giving me the chances that you gave me because I know I'd already been gone.
All right, Ms. Saronic.
Your Honor, the state is. Thank you, Your Honor. The state is would request that the court impose a prison term on the 3 cases. The defendant has been given more opportunities than I can count, has been given quite a bit of leeway, and continues to show that he is not amenable to community control sanctions. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing, Judge?
With all due respect, I ain't a bad
With all due respect, I ain't a bad person at all. I just make some bad choices. You know, see, now I'm suffering with my needs, my wants from my needs. I know what I need, and that was help. And I was doing it, Judge. Honestly, I was doing. You can look at me. You can tell that I was doing 100% better. I was 280 pounds at one time. You know what I'm saying? And then I lost all that weight from using all them drugs. But I've been in the house. That's why I ain't been picked up. That's why they hadn't brought me back, because I hadn't been doing nothing. I just been bonded with my kids and my grandkids. I ain't trying to lose my apartment. Every time I get something going for myself, I always end up losing. So I always end up, you know, it's just like everything keep biting me.
We only make it worse when you stop.
Well, you only make it worse when you just stop.
I know it. You know what I'm saying? I apologize for that, Judge, but you told me go and take care of my mom. That's a hard choice to take care of. Watch your mama die. And Kim know that, you know, the condition of my mom. I don't know how long she gonna be before she, you know, pass. But if anything, you know, I'm just asking for, I don't know if you're going to let me go home. I don't know what's going to go on. But I just want to go to Crossroads and just try.
You were here on the attempted illegal conveyance.
Yes.
And then I let you out on bond.
And I messed up because when you told me to go home and take care of my mom, I didn't mean to cut you off, Joe. But when you told me to go home and take care of my mom, I did exactly that. And that's a hard choice. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm going to court on the 2nd, and my court ain't to the 22nd on the misdemeanor. So all them, I had like all them charges over there. They finally wrapped them up, fined them. So now I would have knew my court date, because you know I got a kind of memory lapse. It was hard for me to remember certain things. I'd be needing like a little account, you know, a little help.
Well, Ray, if you didn't remember, you could have called up.
I called. And even when I would call Kim, I had warrants before, and I would call up to the courts. I said, I ain't a bad person, Judge. I don't mean nobody no harm. I ain't doing nothing to nobody but myself. And I'm tired of living like that. I'm finally living.
All right. Well, I mean, the probation stuff ain't working.
If you give me another shot on probation, I'm going to succeed this. If I don't, you go ahead and give me the time. I'll take the 18 months or whatever I got to go. You give me one more chance. If I mess up, you send me down the road.
Just give me another shot.
Just give me another shot. Don't stop me now. Not when I'm doing at my best. This is the best I ever did in my life.
See, I don't even know that, right?
You don't know that, but let me prove it to you.
Well,
give me one shot, Judge. If I do, you can send me to prison.
We've been going round and round on this.
Well, let's not go round and round no more. Let's write out a thing right now.
You're the one that's causing me to go round and round.
I know that's because I wasn't doing no good, but now I'm doing good. I got in my phone. I got pictures in my phone. Now you can go get my phone with my daughter and them coming to see me. Everything. My kids come see me. I got 6 kids. And I'm bonded with my kids and my grandkids now, which I ain't never did. See, a lot of people don't know I had full custody. See, a lot of people don't know I had full custody. I was out of trouble for almost 18 years. When I had full custody of my daughter. See, people didn't know that. A lot of people didn't know that, though. They always knew the bad side of it. They never knew that I had a daughter that I took care of for almost 18 years.
And it's on record.
And it's on record. The courts gave me custody.
I had a job and everything. Then
I had a job and everything. Then
I reward myself once she graduated.
Yes, I tried to reward myself once she graduated.
Going back to the streets.
And started, going back to the streets.
But I'm willing to do anything. If you want
But I'm willing to do anything. If you want me to write a thing out saying I do the 18 months, whatever, that's what I do. But life got a meaning to me now. I ain't trying to lose all of what's going on in my life right now. I'm already losing my mom. I don't want to lose my whole family.
All right, listen. I can't keep you on community control. I mean, you're not amenable anymore.
21 case, I'm gonna give you.
On 21 case, I'm gonna give you 9 months with credit for 249 days.
23,516.
On 23,516, I'm gonna give you 6 months with credit for 48. 1221, 6 months with credit for 26 days. So they'll all be concurrent to each other. So you're gonna be there
5 months.
for about 5 months. Then you're not gonna have to report to anybody anymore. Anything else, Mr.
I'm not gonna read the post, please.
I'm not gonna read the post.
Can I ask one more thing, Your Honor?
Can I ask one more thing, Your Honor?
I'm not gonna do that. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, I believe there's a forfeiture in here somewhere.
Whatever, forfeited. What?
Oh,
Go ahead.
man, my mom ain't gonna make it no 5 months.
My mom ain't gonna make it no 5 months.
Anyway, I can get lesser time.
Is anywhere I can get lesser time than that, Judge?
That's the minimum. I gave you the minimum.
Oh, shit.
I you got 6 up to 18 months. I gave you 6.
You can't give me another chance on probation. It's just one more chance, Judge.
Can't, Ray.
If you give me one more chance, I promise you on my life that I would do the best I can. I promise you, Judge. Just give me one more shot. I promise you. I promise. This is.
But Ray, you have said multiple times to multiple people.
I was in denial
that you're never going to stop with the crack. You're never going to stop.
No, I never said that. I'm not in denial today. I promise you. I would take. Not even 5 months. You can give me 10 months or 18 months.
I can give you 18 months.
I know that, Judge. I know that.
I can give you 18 plus 18 plus 12.
I know you can. But Judge, please give me another shot of probation. I am honestly doing good. I don't want to lose my family in my place again. Just give me one more shot. I promise you that I will. You will see. I promise you. If I don't, you can give me the time or whatever. You can give me time anyway. I know, but I promise you, just give me one more shot.
Here's the problem.
While I'm doing good in my life, please.
See, here's the problem.
When are you supposed to be here for something?
I don't have. When's the last time you were here?
It's been.
When was he supposed to be here for something?
January 3rd.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know how you.
If give me one shot, Judge, I promise.
When were you with Malcheski?
I seen Melchesky the other day. He gave me 10 days. He said because he kept biting me in my butt.
How did you get caught?
So
I've been here Melchesky.
How did you get caught on this?
I was going to get my medication. And they record the police record.
They didn't know at Painesville Muni that you had active warrants?
Nope. When I come out, they was coming out. They seen me, and that's when they said that Guilford, come here. So they told me to stop moving and stuff, and that's when they took me, brought me to court. They said you got warrants for Muni, and you gotta have warrants on you. And that's when he told me Melchesky said he was tired of it because he kept biting me in the butt. All these cases, if I'd have took them 2.5 weeks that you offered me, I wouldn't be here now. When you offered me, I wish to God I'd have took them to. That's when it was months ago. You offered me 12. You told me to take 2.5 weeks, and I would be out and terminate the probation. I didn't take it because I thought I could do good. Because in my mind I be trying, but finally I'm doing good. Look at me. Judge, I'm doing good. Honestly, I'm doing good.
I got everything going for myself right now.
I got benefits. I got everything going for myself right now. I definitely got my kids in my life fine.
How many? When's the last time you were in prison?
Way long time.
Long time ago. way long time ago. It's been almost 20 years.
I would look at the pre-sentence report, but I don't have one because he didn't show up. Kim, do you have the 21 case?
2008. 2008 was the last time I went to prison. That's when I had custody of my daughter because I caught they made me cop out the burglary at my own house.
2008.
For how long?
10 months.
I'll need to find another piece of paper for that, Judge.
Forget it. Kim has got it at her fingertips.
She was my caseworker. Miss Kim was my caseworker when I was in Lorraine. When I was in Lake Erie. And I never got even, Judge, you know I never even got a ticket out of all the time I did. Not one ticket. I never been rolled up. Not one ticket out of all the time I did. Not one ticket.
April 28th of 2008, and he was released on January 4th of 2010.
And I ain't been back since, dude.
Well, you ain't been back.
And I ain't been back since. I know.
Well, you ain't been back because I ain't sent you back.
I know. But I just need one.
He got out the 10?
Yup, and I ain't been back since. I just need one more shot.
Since 15, and how many times have I seen you?
That's because I kept biting me in the butt. The misdemeanors kept biting me in the butt. I kept getting, if it wasn't you, then the court dates get mixed up and stuff. That's what it was, Judge. I'm telling you, I'm honestly doing good. I accept my time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no young man no more. I can't be running through no hoops no more. I can't be bitten with them dudes no more. I'll never make it home. I'm honestly doing good. I don't live the life that I used to live no more. Or they'd have been got me. If I was in the streets, they'd have been got me. Who am I be? In a Painesville, a small city, they know where I'm at all times. I was in the house. I never went nowhere. You told me to go home and take care of my mom. That's what I did. I was with my mom and I was with my kids. I tell you, I honestly started buying. I honestly started living. I started living. I'm finally living life. I ain't never lived. All the life I lived was jail and prison and chaos. I don't do that. All the chaos. I don't do that. I was just living an imitation of life, just like I wasn't that person that people thought I was. I never was that person. I was falsifying. I might have was acting tough. How the hell am I gonna be a gangster and I'm apologizing to the person that I did something to? I didn't live like that.
What trouble have you gotten into the last?
This right here is
always cocaine, right?
It was always coke.
One time heroin, right?
Yeah.
Always cocaine.
No, it was never heroin. It was fentanyl pills and stuff. But they got me on medication. Now that Rimrom, it really works. You know, if I'd have been on medication like that before, I'd have been way better off. I never knew nothing about this type of programs. There wasn't no medication. There wasn't nothing like that, you know, to help a person. But now they got me on all that stuff. And it is working. Judge, I'm telling you the honest God truth. You can send me the same day. I know you can send me anyway. You can send me the same day. I just need one more shot. I'm finally doing good in my life. I'm finally have means in my life, which I never had. And I know the prosecutor, I know that, you know, this is her job. She didn't do this to me. I did it to myself. So there's one thing about it. When I took the deal, I was going to take it all the way to the box because it did pop out my shop. You know, the honest truth. If I'd had the drugs, what would I have the drugs? So shit, I was doing too much. My main thing, I'm finally living life. I'm finally living a life.
I guess here's what I'll do. This is an interesting culmination to a long goddamn day, I'll tell you that. Followed 2 long goddamn days.
I'll think about it over the weekend.
Okay, so I'll think about it over the weekend. That's the best I can offer you today. So I won't sign the entry that Ms. Haranek prepared because I'm going to think about it.
Best deal I can offer.
That's the best I can do for you. It's the best deal I can offer you today.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I think about it.
All right, thank you.
The forfeiture specification on case 2305. So the forfeiture specification on case 230516. Thank you.
All yours.
Thank you very much.
Anything you want to say on your birthday?
Mr. Fatico, anything you want to say on your birthday?
No, thank you, Your
Oh.
Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
All right. You got anything?
No, Your Honor.
I'll send you that for your dinner.
Happy birthday. We know it's your birthday already.
ahead, John.
Happy birthday, John.
Thank you. It's been a crazy couple days.
Ugh, you're telling me. Ay, vey.
He never changes.
Yeah, but we don't have to come back here.
No. Well, unless he changes his mind and we have to resend it.
Okay.
Then yes, we will. Come back.
Alright, well, I'll just hold on to the file. I get another one.
Have a good long weekend.
Thank you, John. Happy birthday, my friend.
Bye, thank
Have
you.
a good one.
You too.
I know you, yeah, I know, right? I know you're waiting on me for an answer on Cantrell.
I'm still good stuff.
Oh, okay, well, what is it, 2 weeks next week? Okay,
We'll come back.
yeah,
But I think I sent you letters from work.